what we entered in. First of all, I did like the software. I did appreciate the help from the auditor's office and others in figuring it out. I thought it was pretty easy to figure out. Seems pretty clear to me. It's a step in the right direction. Just want to throw that in there. So I'll start with the fire marshal's office briefly and OEM, and then we will let safety speak on that part so that I can go to the chamber luncheon in a little while.
So you guys on fire, there's on your blinder, there's a fire.
No, you're fine. Just an FYI for fire marshal, you're gonna go into a different fund.
Okay.
So we'll go to the all budget and then we'll look in there. And there's fire marshal. You can kind of get signing there. And there's all your expenditures. So this, everything in here is just fire marshal.
Okay, we'll go back out and go to.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me see.
Okay, go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
No, it's no problem. No problem. I'll just hit the highlights here. I know that you all are busy and have a lot of stuff to do today, and there's others waiting. So the first increase in the fire marshal's budget I had proposed was to work towards the salary scale that I had submitted last year. And so I just updated it and submitted again. And the information came from the salary survey we did for some regional jurisdictions and counties in the area. So the concept was to try to have salary commensurate with years of experience, since there's a few certifications required to do what we do. So in a nutshell, the total increase to that line would be $10,799.10. And we appreciate the court helping us work towards that last year. You helped us work towards that. And so we appreciate that and ask you to please consider to continue working towards that. The next item was again in personnel. And the senior deputy fire marshal is planning on retirement at the end of the year. And so my purpose for this requesting a part-time budget was to keep that knowledge and expertise on tap for a little longer while we bring another person in and train them up. So that would be very helpful if the court's so gracious to approve that. The total, considering all of these, the total budgetary impact would be $47,263 for the fire marshal's budget. So moving on to and I've attached all the appropriate salary history surveys, the pay scales, et cetera. So moving on to the OEM budget. A separate budget was created for logistics and recovery. So any line that had to do with that, I did zero out of this budget, and that was entered into another budget that later this afternoon will be back. So I did reduce some of the lines. Supplies other had too much in it, so I did reduce that. Contractual other, there were satellite phones and first call being paid out of that, which is our notification system that sends out text messages to the public and voice calls. So what I did was put those in more appropriate lines. And then down at the bottom, which you see under 352 and 365, satellite phones and first call accordingly. So there does appear to be an increase when you get down to sat phones and first call, but what I did was just reallocate that from contractual others, so it was a little bit more organized and made sense down there. So we have 5 handheld satellite phones, I was asked this, and 2 mobile, like a data units, and that comes up to $5,200 in service fees. The rest of that is for future. We had budgeted last budget for a fixed satellite system to go to serve a building like this building. And so it was estimated what the service fee possibly would be for that, since it's unknown. So that's where that those additional funds come in on that $9,500. Just so you know, so it may or may not all be needed there. Again, next line, first call is where the Chambers Warrens is funded. And we have been sharing that with the health department.
Page 26.
And that summarizes
Been
the
sharing that with who?
health department.
The health
We've been
department.
splitting the cost.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
is this half of it or is this all of it?
That's half.
The 7,500 is half?
Yes, sir. It's just under 15. It was a little over 14. A bill came in recently. I don't have it with me, but we had been splitting it and they had been, I believe they had been paying for half of it with grant funds and then OEM, since it's a shared resource, we're sharing that with them. I reduced capital from 55,000 to 0 because we didn't have any capital expenses needed at this time in the OEM budget. So having said that, does the court have any questions for either of those two? And if not, I will. We'll
So
let
your
Wendy-
total overall requested increase is,
Decrease.
is that what I'm seeing, a net decrease?
For the OEM budget, yes.
Yeah, we in 49,000
Yes,
and a increase of 45 on the other side. So basically
yes, sir.
a wash. Okay.
Ready to move?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll let Wendy elaborate on the items in the safety. She spent some time thinking about this, doing this. First, I would like to say that we sat down the other day and looked at the things that were been accomplished since Wendy's been here in the safety department. And there's a lot of things. She listed those out and I verified them. They're accurate. And you know, you get busy day to day, and sometimes it's good to sit down and list those things out. But she definitely has stayed busy, got us caught up on things that were behind, and implemented some new things. So I'll let her take the podium and explain further. And then I appreciate the court's time. I may have to duck out just a couple minutes so that I'm not running behind over there.
You're good.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ryan.
Hang on, Aaron.
Yeah, 6 on 29, 30.
Good morning, Wendy Vola, Safety Program. And I'm making up for his wash by asking for more money. The wash, okay, got it. He's making bad jokes, but he's a dad, so y'all can relate. All right, as Ryan said, we've been quite busy. And as you know, and I shared with you some of the things that we've been doing in the 10 months that I've been here, made sure that we stayed quite busy. Y'all left a lot of work for me, saved a lot of things up. And there's a lot to do with the 550, 570 employees that we've got here. So there's a lot more work to be done. A few months back, about this time last year, y'all moved the safety department into a safety division under Ryan's department with OEM and fire marshal. And that was apparently a really good decision on your part, probably saved the program. However, one of the things that did is left the program without any administrative support, which is part of what my budget request reflects, is asking for not just administrative report, but a safety assistant. So most of the reflected increase is for that safety assistant position and for the expenses that go along with that, as well as for the vehicle that I'm sure you're all very well aware of, because that's been a subject of conversation throughout the time that I've been here. The vehicle was inherited from the sheriff's department originally, and subsequently failed, and then another one subsequently failed, and surplused out, and currently borrowing one from the fire marshal's office. And so there's a capital safety vehicle in there that is a hybrid vehicle, which should save on fuel. So that's in the budget as well. for that. Most of the rest of the items in there, there are some decreases. The only increases are basically to put back funds that were not spent by my predecessor and were reduced accordingly in the prior budget year. And to reflect some changes in our vendors. We did change from our occupational health vendor
Down here at the very bottom.
to get to, I'm sorry, going too fast.
Oh, I see. No, we're just looking, we're looking for the vehicle and it's down at the very bottom
Okay.
of the capital.
I believe you should have the specs on that as well. For that, for the basic package on that one. That was 47.1, which was considerably less than getting it retail. But as I was saying, the rest of it is either in a decrease or putting it back to where it was before. It was either zeroed out or greatly lowered because it wasn't spent by my predecessor.
What's this $55,000 for PPE supplies?
That is basically to cover the amounts of money necessary for taking care of all of the things that were sent out in the May 19th email that I sent to the field departments, suggesting that they budget for eye protection, foot protection, hand protection, hearing, and heat protection. I asked those individual departments to put in their budgets, whether it got approved for their budgets or not, whether they put it in their budgets. We were putting it in my budget in case, because it had traditionally been in the safety budget and not in the individual departments. So we wanted to make sure it was covered so that the employees were covered either way.
But we didn't have anything budgeted for 22.
Correct.
Because I remember Road and Bridge going over safety boots and stuff like that the other day, and that's in their budget. I hate to cover. Yeah, we don't want to double dip.
I agree. I don't want to cover it twice. I did hear Mr. Hall say that he would have it in there. I just don't want it to be left off and have other departments not put it in. So as long as it's covered and the employees are covered, I'm good with it. I just don't want it to be zeroed out and have the employees suffer for not having it covered. As long as the money's there somewhere and we can take care of them, I'm happy.
Okay.
My budget or their budget, as long as we can get employees taken care of.
So in your 22 budget,
Yes,
we're
sir.
sitting here in July,
Yes, sir.
and you spent approximately a little less, about 1/3 of your budget.
Okay.
So why do we need 100% increase for next year if so far 7 months into the year, we spent 1/3 of it?
Part of, okay, very good question. A lot of that, again, is for the assistant, which I don't have.
Well, that's 41,000, yeah.
Well, plus the expenses for that assistant. So, and an additional is for the vehicle as well. So part of that is for the capital, part of that is for the assistant. So my budget is not that big to begin with, so 100% of a small number is still a relatively small.
Still
number.
100%.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
But 100% of $167,000, still not that much money.
So what is the first aid supplies?
First aid supplies, we are stopping using Centos First Aid Company, which has been going around and filling the first aid cabinets in approximately 16 different localities
Right.
in the county.
I've called them multiple times. They never showed up.
Thank you. The service has been spotty at best, overpriced, definitely. We can do it ourselves a whole lot more cost effectively. So when I came in, it had just been renewed. I came in September. It had just been renewed. It's really a contract agreement more than a formal contract. So we agreed to do it through the end of August, at which time safety will take care of the whole thing and make sure that it's taken care of in all departments appropriately.
So each department will just reach out to you for what they need. pick up
Correct.
Supplies. You will not come and fill them, but they will be responsible for requesting the supplies and then filling them themselves.
I think if we have the budget in here, I can do it. Yeah, I would like to do it. One of the things, for example, is we had Benadryl in several cabinets. For me, that set up red flag. I don't want to have Benadryl with employees that are driving, and Benadryl can make people drowsy. So I went and took all the Benadryl away. That's just one example of it. Okay, so we got to make it appropriate for the people that are utilizing it. We want to have more where there's public utilizing things, fewer where there's smaller departments. So that's what that's for. Right now, we've been using 091 funds for it, but 091 is not this bottomless, endless thing that everybody necessarily needs to reach out of. I'd like it to be specific to this.
Could you spread that word out a little bit? Please.
Do my best, sir.
Hey, I have a question. Where does the AED come in?
That is under EMS.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then testing,
That, the
the
test,
30 and the actual so far 3,100. It's probably a little more. This.
correct. That is for the drug and alcohol testing from the occupational medical vendors.
Right.
And we had a problem with our previous vendor not billing correctly or timely. We now have a new vendor. We've just started utilizing them, so we're just catching up on the billing on that. So that's for random drug testing, new employment, new employee, reasonable cause, post-incident, all of the above, all coming through this line item.
Are they local, like Travis County local?
Yes, so our first hired vendor is OmniPoint Health, which is formerly Bayside, and the second vendor is saying it right, Houston Methodist Baytown. Formerly St. I gotta say all the names right now.
That's right.
Can't
We're
use
on
the
the
old
record.
names. Right, so we now have two vendors, so we have a backup. Because prior to that, we had a loss where a doctor wasn't available and we had employees waiting.
Good job.
So we negotiated that contract and commission approved it back in February.
On your uniforms, what are you doing in 22?
Right now, the fire marshal's office paid for them,
Okay,
so we didn't have any.
and if you have to prioritize this, what would be your top priorities?
Assistant. Because it's a lot of work for one person. There's a lot more that needs to be done. There's a lot more I'd like to do to take care of our employees appropriately. Testing, definitely. What was the other one?
So there's a lot of that assistant, administrative work
Us,
or.
a lot of it is, some of it's research. This. Yes, sir.
And what are you driving right now?
I am driving a 2013 Taurus that was surplus from sheriff's office. That is, I guess, was transferred to the fire marshal's office. Or their new part-time person that hopefully you'll approve.
All the wheels still on it?
The wheels are still on.
I'd round them up, yeah. Wendy, I would like to say, I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And we appreciate it.
I'll
Thank you,
second that for sure.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
A lot of positive feedback, so.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions I can answer for you?
I think I'm good right now.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
sir.
Can I recap just real quick and make sure that PPE supplies, that 55,000 is coming out of that?
Yeah, that is multiple departments across this county. I'd like to know how many departments that's included.
8 departments at this point. It would be the 8 departments that are included in the pilot program for the safety jackpot, which are mostly the field departments. So road and bridge, parks, golf, solid waste. Thinking hard right now.
That's okay. Do you know
yeah.
how it's broke out?
I'm sorry.
Do you know how much each department is asking for? We need.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I can get that for you, but I don't have it right now. I can ask my assistant had they been hired yet.
Just one more question.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Does it make sense for all the safety? I would think it makes sense for all the safety supplies to come through
I think it makes sense
One
to go through the
location.
departments.
the safety department, so that we're consistent and we're getting the right hearing protection and the right eyewear and all that, so
And that each department goes to the safety department to get those as a
get
hire,
what they
as
need.
they hire.
Well,
Well,
So that includes things like safety glasses and
Vests,
gloves, boots.
hard hats.
well, we're discussing, hold on, let's.
Well, I think that would be distributed in bulk, so to the department, so.
let me just say that, again, where you put the money is certainly up to you and the department heads. I would say that however it works out, I will be available to be a resource to the department heads and the division heads to make sure that the most appropriate safety wear is chosen for each job. Not everybody is going to need steel toe boots, for example, or composite toe boots. Building maintenance isn't going to necessarily need composite toe boots. They may need electrical supplies more than that. So, we will all work together however it's best work. We talked about not necessarily having everybody have the same type or brand or vendor, but having vouchers for the boots. And, maybe the vouchers come through here and then get distributed from the departments. But wherever you want to put the money is fine with me, as long as the employees are taken care of and everybody gets to go home safely. I'm happy.
Agreed.
All right,
Anything else?
that's it for me, again. Second time.
That help, Heather?
Next.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Thank
thanks,
you.
Wendy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Got a few more minutes for the date who's coming in at 11:30. Bill's here, Bill can handle 10 minutes of his.
Absolutely.
I'll break. Yes.
Come on, Mr. Bill.
You know what page
Morning,
it is,
gentlemen.
Ron?
What page we on there?
6 and 7.
There is like a content period. Okay. Okay, it's a brand new, yes, sir.
Yeah, they're requesting a new department.
Functionally, it's been working as a standalone department for the last 3 years. But it's been budgeted underneath the fire marshal and OEM. So trying to pull it out to make it so that the function of logistics, warehouse, and disaster recovery is identifiable, and we can track it better. You can track it better on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, Ryan led me astray. He said he had a cut. That's not true.
Hey, where's that at now?
Aaron, where's that at? I'm sure go.
They're-
Come out.
It's gonna be general.
Somebody.
government.
Yes. we can do it for the whole fund. Mhm, and then we'll do, safety. So the general government. Mhm. Let me see. Okay,
Commissioners, the sticker shock that you all are probably looking at is actually a second warehouse, one for the east side of the county. So that's where the $5.5 million comes in.
Yeah, I about choked when I saw that.
I have no doubt, but it's
Mr. Hammond. did you-
sorely needed, it's been needed.
Mhm.
And at some point,
And then. you can-
we're gonna have to provide
Here's
for
the
it for the
salary.
residents on the east side.
I'll open it up.
Yeah. And I keep saying we need a facilities plan.
We definitely do.
There you go. Did you find it, Commissioner?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you very
You're
much
welcome. Are you good?
for all your help.
Am I good?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
But that don't mean I'm good.
Go ahead, Mr. Bill.
Well, what I'm proposing to you is that we formalize what's been an informal practice for the past 3 years as we started the a countywide logistics program. We've focused primarily thus far on disaster and post-disaster supplies and equipment. And what my proposal is we not just take that approach, but we try to capitalize on the efficiencies and the cost savings of buying in bulk. And I mean, not as in pallet quantities, but in truckload quantities of the common operating supplies that the county uses, stage them, take advantage of the mass purchase, and also the availability of those products so that we can smooth out any shortages, market shortages, any issues with the buzzword of the day, the logistics pipeline, all those kinds of things that we have done with COVID-19 supplies for the past 2 years. So expand that operation to a wider scope and take advantage of the savings inherent in buying in those large quantities. Secondarily, is as we get this project underway and it matures, that we then start reaching out to other government entities and seeing where we can create some cooperative supply agreements between us and some of the cities here in the county and adjacent counties. The third part of that, we have reached out to TDEM to see about creating an opportunity for some joint operations with TDEM to where they are in the process of trying to identify and build regional disaster supply warehouses throughout the area, partner with them and see where we can perhaps work cooperatively and share expenses, that kind of thing. They've already reached out to us for us to act in that capacity where a particular county had a problem and needed pallets of drinking water immediately. We were able to provide those pallets of water in a matter of a couple of hours versus the state taking 8 hours to get that water to them. And the state promised to deliver the replacement water to our warehouse the next day. So
Now, this warehouse you're talking about here, you said are we still in the process or anywhere? looking
Yes,
to
sir.
Build one here in Anahuac? I mean,
Yes,
is that
sir.
still in to go?
the holdup, it's not really a holdup, but the delay in the process is trying to identify the physical site of the building. There are 2 major land areas that the county owns. And instead of just haphazardly plopping a building down in the middle of it, we've taken the approach to try to master plan that use of that land so that we can maximize what the county can do with that land and provide for a common stormwater conveyance solution so that we don't plop a building down there and create a stormwater issue, and then anything else downstream now has a compounded stormwater issue. So we're gonna comply with our own regulations and development on stormwater management and master planning. So Commissioner Hammond has been involved and informed as the warehouse design has evolved. And we're at the point now where we're fixing to take it to DRC for their review, the building itself, not the civil, not the site. Because until we get the master plan and the location, we can't do the civil and the site, but we can do the building. So yes, the process of building the current year's approval is going on right now.
And where's the budget for that?
It's out of the 910 account for
Health services.
health services, yes. And it is budgeted for in this year.
We keep getting a cart before the horse. We need a plan, facility plan.
Well, sir, that's part of what I'm proposing to you, that we have a preliminary plan.
We need more than a part. We need the whole thing. I mean, we're almost through this year, and we hadn't even started on building the
Yeah.
facility yet. I mean, so it's.
There's some huge hurdles there to overcome, so.
We have started on a community building on the west side. We haven't started on a lot of stuff, but we're starting on new stuff. I think we need to go area by area and get what we're looking at for the next 10 years out and put them down on paper. Find out where we're gonna locate them.
We've identified that on the west side already.
I said, I'll happily serve on that committee.
I've been trying to get somebody to spearhead that. Did you just volunteer for
I
that?
did.
Okay,
We
so
are desperate for election for our county throwing
I agree.
multi-use buildings we need.
We do, I agree. So we need to get that committee going to get this year spearheaded. I mean, we're in July now. We hadn't even, I mean, we got buildings and still looking at this, that, and another. We haven't even started construction yet, and everything just keeps going higher and higher and higher, so.
And I'd be happy to support you from the courts aspect of that.
But back to Bill,
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
not waiting on the master plan for the site. That's why I said we're going
Yeah.
forward with the building design. So we're not in a holding pattern.
smart.
You can design a building without knowing where you're gonna put it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Bill,
Yes, sir.
looking at this budget, and you said it's been pulled, it's not really new, it's separated.
Yes, sir.
So how much of this is not being pulled from another budget? How much is an actual increase? Not talking about your building,
Right.
but the other expenses. What's new? What's not new?
There is a new assistant position. You all tentatively, at least in theory, approved it when we met after a commission meeting, and you all had told me to go forward. That particular person declined the position and went to a different location. So that's new.
That was a reassignment within the county, right?
Correct.
I mean, we didn't, I mean, that wasn't a new, that would have been a reassignment. That would
Right.
be a reassignment. That would have been a new, it wasn't his salary either. So.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the 5,000 overtime?
That would be for a new person for after hours work when we get called back in to distribute supplies and equipment. It's
Or accept delivery.
or accept delivery. Yes, sir.
We've been involved with that.
Yes, you have, ma'am.
Okay. So the 49.5 is a new employee.
That's
you're asking
correct.
for,
And related expenses.
and related expenses.
Yes, sir.
Salary, logistics assistant, okay, and salary recovery manager says 135,700. What's all in that?
It's gonna be, I think, underneath that, the 135 and there's 49.5.
Well,
That's the total of the
Yeah,
number.
all those-
yes,
All those line items.
Okay,
right.
okay. So. That's the salary, And then what's the $245,000? The IEM dues and the warehouse? Well, that can't be right.
No, sir. It's not
That's
45.
warehouse and disaster recovery supplies.
That's the
It's just one.
subline, that's the subline of that.
Okay. all right.
Correct.
If you see intention, that's just a sub line, so that adds up to the.
And
top
that's the operating expenses, repairs, supplies, equipment, et cetera.
Thought I saw a couple new forklifts in here somewhere.
Yes, sir,
Well,
under
on
capital.
the next page, yeah, at the top.
That would be for the new
That one.
warehouse that I'm requesting,
And a pilot in there.
the east side warehouse.
And I think a new vehicle.
Yes, sir. Right now, Commissioner, as you're aware, we have no vehicle, no trailers, no nothing to deliver supplies and equipment that are requested. We have to depend on the receiving department finding some manner of picking up and delivering pallets of water, et cetera. Pallet of water weighs, one pallet weighs 2,200 pounds. You cannot put that in the back of a pickup truck. It's also challenging to put a pallet in the back of a pickup truck without damaging the pickup truck. So we're requesting a heavy duty trailer and access to a heavy duty truck, whether we share that heavy duty truck to pull it with, or whether we have it ourselves and share it with other departments, doesn't matter to me. But we have to have something to pull. If we pull 4 pallets of water, that's an 8,000, almost a 9,000 pound load.
So we just trade off a truck.
We just traded off the
Nobody wanted it.
Okay.
But to,
We get surplus at.
3/4 ton. That was us trying to help
Yeah,
one
we-
department. And that was the swap we made. Yeah, it was not surplus.
so, no, so just
Easy now.
prioritizing this.
Yes,
I mean, I see the truck, I see the trailer. To be able to utilize that, you need an extra person.
that's what, yes, sir.
So, I mean, all that is all tied together. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. And additionally, understand that when we activate, I'm not going to be in the warehouse to operate it. I'm in the
I second that motion.
EOC. So somebody's,
Let me explain. I even had an employee out there,
yes, you did.
a wonderful female employee running a pump, what do you call that thing where you push around pallets?
Yeah, Papa Jack.
It was a pallet lifter. That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, so, and receive things
She
at
received,
10 PM from deliveries and it's
Okay,
it's a job.
yeah, I was just making sure they understood that it's all tied together.
yes, sir.
And not that I mean, especially with receiving supplies and stuff like that, I realize you need additional employee, especially, I mean, you're gonna continue to utilize the warehouse you have now. I mean,
Oh, yes,
not
sir.
like it's going away, and whenever we do get the other one built here, it's supposed to be 25,000 square feet,
20,000 square feet plus
10,000.
10,000. office
Yeah.
multi-purpose.
Right there, so I mean, we're gonna need an additional employee to be able to utilize just those two,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yes, sir. And the problem is during a hurricane, I'm not there. I cannot be there to operate the warehouse because I have a critical role in the EOC. So somebody else is gonna have to be staffing that. And it needs to be somebody that knows the inventory system, that can control what comes in and what goes out so that we don't end up with out-of-date stuff that's not accounted for or missing, because ultimately the taxpayers have a right to know where those supplies and equipment go.
So this is primarily, I mean, we're gearing up for emergencies, and that's when we get busy. It's during a disaster, during a hurricane or something like that, when you get real busy. But in my experience, we usually have about half or more of our employees sitting at home getting paid during that time. Is there any way to cross-train or to pull somebody in or something.
So we have Miss Hawthorne's employee last time.
We have done that, but that's an undependable system because we never know what employees are going to be available.
And to your point, Commissioner Kines, so it's kind of twofold. Let me help Bill out here. It's knowing what is there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, ahead of time, knowing what, especially in these current conditions of what supply chain issues we have. But I believe also that the goal of the county is to get back up and running as quickly as possible. And so we have, and trust me, I totally agree with your point of we're paying people that are sitting at home. But in different offices, you know, I'm a team player, our office has been team players, but the goal of the county clerk's office is to get back up and running as soon as possible because there are, as you know, real estate transactions still take place, et cetera. People need records out of the clerk's office, especially in an emergency. And so I was not against my employee helping Bill have what I would call, you know, everybody's back to work, and but that the EOC remained open long after the actual disaster itself. At best, I feel like Mr. Bowen needs a person at best. I mean, at least where somebody has direct knowledge of what's going on in that warehouse. And if we have 2 warehouses, it might justify that for a full-time position.
I totally agree with you. I mean, because we was in and out of there.
I
was in and
agree.
out of there.
I believe that we have employees that are sitting at home, but their expertise, their whatever. Cross-training would be a massive undertaking for this.
If we don't look for ways to save money, we're not gonna find it.
Yeah, we gotta be creative. So I know there's a lot of downtime in the warehouse, you
Yeah,
know,
that's what I'm
when there's
saying.
nothing going on, so
You just have to have that expertise
yeah.
in that warehouse.
we just have to get outside the box a little
So
bit.
And no, you may not have my employees.
did we, did I ask you where to go about priority? What'd you say?
Prioritizing?
Yeah. And, top of your list. While you're thinking about that, general operation and warehouse operations, one of them's $19,050, one of them's $12,000. What is that?
It's just add everything up.
Is adding everything up?
Yes,
below
sir.
it?
Is 19, that includes the warehouse, uniforms.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, I was gonna say, those aren't sequential.
Okay.
So, and I've also met with Niagara Water.
Yes, sir.
It's their new facility over there, so so we just gotta continue on with that conversation and get an MOU with them to supply all our drinking water in a disaster time, so, and they're more.
They can warehouse it too, can't you?
Yes, they can.
And you have been going through my office for that, Commissioner, so I was waiting on you to get back with us. Let us know
Okay.
when you're ready.
As long as there's not a problem with the bridges.
The intersection of 99 might be tough.
If we got it here, you can't get it out. No different than having it over there and not getting it out. So,
Do it on over.
Which is,
everybody we canoe, so.
which is why we need the 3 warehouses, 1 in each district of the county. So that eliminates that.
So when we buy our supplies now, you said we looking at buying by the truckload.
Yes, sir.
We're buying through a co-op now, is that right? I mean, are we working?
Sometimes we buy off of the federal GSA master list, which is the federal government literally has millions of contracts with vendors for quantities of just about anything the federal government uses. So we take advantage of that. Sometimes we get really good prices, like the bottled water, for instance, has been amazingly inexpensive compared to what we could get it for locally or off of other co-ops.
And we do treat the TSA as a co-op, really.
Yes.
In case we're wondering, yes, sir.
I thought, so. I thought we was already getting good prices.
Yes, you already gave the price.
Yes, sir. We shop around through all of those. And if we can't find the best, a price that we like, then we'll put it out for bid.
All right.
Okay, anyone got any other questions?
I think I'm good.
Okay, you good? Bill,
Gentlemen, thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bill.
We take about a 5-minute break. It is 11:41. Come back at 11:46. Okay, Chambers County Commissioner Court budget hearing come back to convene at 11:49. We'll start with the justice of the peace. We'll start with precinct 1, just go down through the list. I mean, just put an X through all that once before you and give it all to you.
Yeah, just give it all to me. That'll work. Good morning, everybody.
State your name for the record.
David Hatfield, Judge, JP5. I'm asking for a 2-step raise for my clerks and I'm looking at cost of living increase, and this is above the across the board raise if there's one given. And that's due to the Senate Bill 6, the Damon Allen Act was passed. A PSRS reporting system was created through the state for each defendant to be entered into for public safety, done through magistrations, which we do and over here at the jail, and has to be entered individually. This has caused an increase in man hours, more time being spent on the system, along with all the other duties that are required of them. I feel it's necessary to compensate my staff with a pay increase for the job, extra job duties and responsibilities that they've taken on in the office and continue to do so. We've seen an uprise in e-files, and you know, with our district, it's like tripled in size. It's added a lot of stuff, and I'm looking at a 2-step increase at least for my staff, and that's all I'm asking for. To continue with my regular budget that's already been submitted. Now, next year I might be asking for a new vehicle because I am having electrical issues with this one.
Okay. Anybody got any questions? I'm a little bit confused by the math here. So it's showing to be an overall
Got fuzzy mind.
10% increase, but yet it's a 4.4% increase in the salaries, which probably should equate to a 4.4% increase in the unemployment, retirement, but all those show at 0. You know, and there's a $2,000 decrease in office supplies. How can it be a 10% increase overall?
2.6% increase.
Which one you looking at? I'm looking at JP1. See, you went out of order. You got me all mixed up. There we go. That does not look like city up there. Yeah, man, David, you're asking for a 5,000 increase in part-time.
Yeah, okay.
Extra personnel.
That the 5,000 was already in there. We didn't ask, so we did ask for an increase.
Well, it went from 5 to 10.
Yeah.
Oh.
When she gets up here, I got the same question. So you're asking for a 5,000 increase in part-time budget?
Yes.
So how many clerks do you have now?
I have 2 deputy clerks and 1 chief clerk.
3.
3 full-time?
Yes,
3 full-time. And a part-time apparently?
every now and then.
How many hours
We-
do y'all utilize them? Y'all figure-
We've already went through the budget on that this year
Okay,
for
Y'all-
part-time.
okay, so you ate up the part-time,
It's already gone.
then y'all had summer help?
We have summer help now, yes,
Y'all have summer help now. What are y'all utilizing them for?
for the scanning in of all the documents and stuff, trying to go paperless.
Okay.
So eventually we can save the county even more money.
Didn't we talk about expanding on the other? You were getting all your files digitized.
We're still doing that.
You're doing it in-house, though.
Yes.
But
We've got-
we hired a company
We've got money that.
for the clerks to do that.
Yes. And we've sent out, I think Samantha sent out an email requesting any department head that wanted anything to be filed through this contract that we have. Didn't remember Samantha.
That's right.
mentioned that?
We did, an email went out to all department heads.
She did not get a very good response back to it.
Right.
So,
And I don't remember.
Because we were contracting that out to get them digitized. And Samantha did send the email out countywide.
so what I would suggest that all the JPs may reach out to Samantha Humphrey We do have a contractor that is doing,
But that's only one thing that's went up in the courts, you know, with the new Damon Allen Act and the PSRS, and that's a totally new system that's going in to every JP office that we have to do, and that's all state state mandated.
yeah, but if you have anything you need taken off paper and put in digital, this company will come in and do it.
Okay.
So I would reach
I
out.
won't. I won't come in with it, but yeah, let's all talk about using that money.
Okay.
On how to do it.
Yeah, we just want to take advantage and just do it pretty much countywide.
Now, SB6, I know there's a huge effort right now legislatively.
Oh,
to
it's-
Take that off the JP's budget. So we'll see how that.
Yeah, that's a big,
It should be in the jail or whatever.
Okay. Two-step increase above cost of living. You have any other?
and that's the same thing I asked for last year.
Yeah.
Didn't get it, and I'm coming back to you again, asking for it.
It
because,
does
you know,
not hurt to ask. What's
well, their work is like more than doubled again, so it's like, you know, it keeps getting more and more and more, but I'm just trying to get them compensated for it.
Yes, sir.
1,000, 10,000.
Commissioner Hammond, you had more questions?
No, I don't think I did, so.
What's this $1,200 increase for DirecTV?
Whoa.
1,200 increase. Now, we didn't. ask
Yeah,
for
it wasn't
12.
anything on there last time. It's 1,200 this year.
Oh, it was already in there.
That was already in there.
It was only like a $200 increase. It was 1,000 now, 200. 1,200.
No, we didn't ask for an increase.
Oh, no, that's the other line. Okay.
The only thing I'm asking increase wise is a raise for the girls. That's it.
Okay.
Everything else is the same.
What's your service contract? From 7. What service contract? that you're asking to reduce?
Oh, that's on that line item. That was money that wasn't even being used.
Yeah.
We cleaned up our budget tremendously, stuff that was not being used.
The jury can, doesn't.
Yeah, that's,
what I think that's, okay.
that's gone.
Yeah, so one thing we asked all the departments and those officials is to actually make sublines in their contractual others, dues and fees, travel training. Because at times they've had it, these kids rolling over, so it's just been sitting there, so you might start seeing cuts from contractual services just because we're making them put the actual dollar amount in there.
Kind of more itemized.
Okay.
I've been taking it out of office supplies because we only use them.
How many?
We have a heavy duty shredder.
But for us, sorry, she was asking about the service for Texas shredding. For our office, we shred for us, Commissioner and the constable, we do it maybe every 3 or 4 months and it's like $100. And so we figured the cost of having the shredder come in versus the price of a heavy duty shredder was more cost effective.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And we do the same thing. We call them in just periodically.
But I take it out of office supplies. I didn't take it out of
Contract
services, yes.
And they give us a big bin to put it in, and once that gets full, then we call them and they come and shred it off.
Okay.
And it works pretty good.
Yes, sir.
It was good to me.
I like that, Chief.
Are y'all ready for Judge DeVillier now?
We're gonna jump on.
You already spent all our money.
Nothing left.
They said, I got it. You did. You get your own thing.
That's right. Early bird gets the worm.
All right.
Good afternoon. I think it's finally afternoon. I'm Celia DeVillier, JP1, Winnie. So I'm here to ask for the same two-step raise in addition to any overall county budget raises. I also put in my budget about we are lowering down the supply budget, which is why it goes from 5,800 to 2,000. Last year, y'all were kind enough to grant us an extended budget this year to get new courtroom chairs and seating and stuff in the courtroom, which we've done. Looks so much better. Thank y'all. And then also, I put in there to have a new vehicle to try to get out of the 2010 or 2011 Charger that I was driving. But the sheriff's department had a mental health officer that is, came out of his vehicle, it was a 2015 Tahoe that they were able to trade me into. So as for now, I'm good. So I don't need to have a brand new vehicle. at this
Which
point
we need our
today.
paperwork on, Judge, for that swap.
Okay, well, we signed everything and it was sent to Sherry, so I thought she was gonna send it to you. Okay, I was gonna say, I thought you had already gotten it by now.
So this 36,000 goes away on here,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
the capital.
Yes,
Yes,
that's
sir.
why it was 10% increase. That, you know, what it was, it's at 36,000.
Yes, sir.
That goes away.
Red pen out, man.
So, yeah, you put a check mark by my name.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, so I mean, I stand with, all the JPs in reference to the raises for the clerks. Not only are they doing the jobs that they've already been doing, but Intel with the jail stuff that we're learning, the new system. The increase in crime alone, how many we are magistrating in the jail, you know, it normally is like maybe a couple on the weekends and we're up to like 10, 12 on average at this point right now. So the process alone of just receiving it in the queue and then putting it through the system as we learn the system, it's just more of an increase, and the overflow is taking up a lot more of their time. And then not to mention, you know, just their livelihood, you know, they're expected to go through the inflation and the cost of living that we're all expected to go through at the third of the raise, you know, price. So. Did I miss anything? Oh, and then too, I had suggested or said something about keeping the vehicle maintenance at 8,500 if I didn't get a newer car. So I would like to maintain that so that if I do have repairs and stuff on this older car, I will have the budget for that to go through.
And all y'all making it pretty good on your fuel this year
So far.
so far.
But I haven't had any maintenance, major maintenance. That's the problem is getting these older vehicles. If you run into a major maintenance, that budget's gone.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I totally agree. Okay.
That's why I'm saying I'm having electrical issues with my truck now, and it's like, I'm getting by.
Yeah. Because by the time you get them, they're already pretty much wore out.
Yes, and you know, to me, my thoughts are would be if we was to get new vehicles, number one, that'd be under warranty,
Right.
and we could
So we
save
can
money.
lower
save
down
the
that
county a
maintenance
lot of
budget. Mhm.
Doing it that way. That way, if there is any mechanical.
Okay.
So now we just, on a vehicle deal, we might consider what we did for the constables. So we bought 2 last year and we're probably gonna try to buy 2 this year. So we start.
Yeah, we need to start rotating them around.
Yeah, we gotta start. Cause I know a lot of times y'all get hand-me-downs and, which is.
I know, yeah.
So I'm gonna
Cars
step
have
off
a hard time with the.
I actually
I'm
thought,
gonna step off the board for this year. So in 2 years, I might be back asking for one. But I'm just, don't cut me out completely.
And just a reminder to the court, and I think I told one of you, I might have told Commissioner Gore, hey, we're being told 2024 maybe is when things go back to normal as far as getting anybody's vehicle, especially the fleet vehicles. But now they're starting to pull back on that. Now they're trying to tell us maybe 25. So just let you know. So we start thinking about vehicles when you start thinking 2 3 years out, which is crazy.
but and I
That's
agree.
where we're at.
Yeah, I thought 2 were coming in this time asking for vehicles. I see Judge Cryer is, and I thought someone else was too. Is,
It was me until the change.
okay, you
Yeah.
had your change,
Yes,
so
sir.
we may move, I mean, it may be an option to move that to another one of the JPs, whoever's having the worst trouble with the vehicle. Is David, is that you?
I'm having trouble with it. I can't answer for the others, but I don't know.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying, and we may need to look at just moving that vehicle to you. and go from there. So we can start doing our two this year. So,
Please make sure you take it off of my budget and put it on his.
so, I mean, I'm
Remember,
just-
he owes you, right?
I mean,
Get off of me.
Hey, I'll cover the next one.
George.
Well, we just need to be proactive, so y'all need to get together and figure out who needs vehicles worse, and then we can go from there.
Yes, sir,
This
Commissioner.
this was a
Judge.
bid that you got for Judge Greg?
Say it again, please.
This bid you got for,
Yeah, the
Yes.
number you have there,
okay.
yeah, the 40,000, what was it, 40?
Well,
30,
It was
36.
right at
36,
30,000.
Yes,
Yeah, Judge Carter's 42.
Let's, and this is just me saying this, let's move this to David's deal to his off of Celia's, so we'll move to 36,340 and capital to JP5. We can write that in and we'll figure.
Yeah, well, I figure you leave it up to them for them to decide who needs vehicles worse.
Well, I mean, Judge Pryor definitely needs one. He's got one in his deal.
Yeah, and Judge Pryor probably has the oldest vehicle in the group, and so I'm just saying, if y'all were gonna do 2 a year, he'd probably be one of the guys that I would suggest get
Oh,
one,
no, he does.
where we're going.
I see him walking all the time.
He deserves
He
it.
don't walk too fast.
Okay. You have anything else? Okay, who's next, Chief? Who's next?
Oh, yeah.
PT.
Mike Wheat, future justice of the peace in precinct 2. Randy's wasn't available to be here today due to some mechanical difficulties, so I'm not sure what all he asked for his budget for next year or to finish out. A couple of things I asked for was additional money in training, because all 3 clerks in that office are going to need to be trained. I'm going to have to go through several trainings also. I think originally they have 3,000 a month or 3,000 a year. I've asked for 4,500, and that may be cutting it a little close. But not sure about the training part of it for their clerks. On supplies, I've asked for an additional $1,000 on supplies. Just for changing offices up. And the only other thing I did ask for a vehicle, Judge Van Bender told me his vehicle's got close to 180,000 miles, and it's gonna have a lot of front end work done on it.
Okay. So we'll have 3 asking for vehicles.
As for raises for the clerks, if I want to give them, great. But I do know that they are gonna need training.
Okay, let me just ask a question. I know commissioners and we all go to training. The JPs go to how many hours a year?
The first one I have to go to is a total of 3 weeks, 80 some hours.
Okay, and then after that, how many hours a year y'all have to?
20 like all of like.
20, okay, and then the clerks have to do,
The clerks are not required, but it's highly recommended because to know all the statutes and the laws and the processes. I mean, you've got the judges side and like they know what they need to be doing on the bench, but as far as the back work of it, to know deadlines and timeframes, I think it's important for the clerks to have training.
okay,
Not the same.
And there's also certification for the clerks to give. That they can give. Some of them have, some don't.
okay.
But I know
Gary was stellar teacher.
Commissioner Page has been there 6 months. I know 5 months. I know she doesn't have the basic training yet. She's just learning what's in the office being taught. My new clerk's not gonna have any. She's gonna have to do a lot. And I'm really not sure where Taylor's at on training other than a couple of online courses.
George, just a quick question. The vehicle that you priced for C was 36,340. The vehicle for Randy was 45,330.
2 different type of vehicles, 2 different,
What's the- well,
Randy's, I think, had some other features. I can get that for you.
It was supposed to have been the same as Celia's.
okay.
Well, no, I think one of them was a little bit different. He wanted a couple of extra options on his. And again, and these are numbers we're getting from dealership that's selling them. And I don't know if I can get them for you, but here's a number, okay? Just making sure we understand that. I don't know if we can get those vehicles as soon as.
But that line item says vehicle fuel maintenance.
It does. It
So
does
it's
say
may
capital.
not just be,
So he might be adding something else to it.
that's what I think it's
Okay.
doing.
Okay.
Could be.
It doesn't say on this here.
I think they were both Tahoes.
Okay. And you'll have 3 clerks
Yes,
also?
sir. And one of my clerks is currently with emergency management, and she's doing, helping with the PO stuff. Been doing training with that. And so in case of a disaster, she would move, come on over to the OC and help Samantha and Ryan and continue doing that.
So you have 1 chief and 2 deputies.
Yes, sir.
Justin Villiers, you have the same? Thank you.
Did Randy utilize much part-time last year? Or do we know?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner.
Okay.
Can I
Anybody?
ask the question too?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the youth protection? Fill in,
Fill in.
Well,
I think you're the only one that.
And sometimes,
I mean, are you getting to where you won't need it because it's more and more digitalized or?
no, and the workload has gotten a lot more,
Oh,
especially with criminal, I mean, with civil.
Trust me.
You know, it's gonna get to the point where we're gonna be asking for our full-time people, because it's just.
Their own workstation.
You get it.
I don't know about all. So it's a kind of question.
What?
Does everybody's part-time have additional computers? I know Judge Squires does to work on, or are they working on someone's computer that's not there?
Borrowed computer from IT.
Okay.
We do the same. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We do the same.
Commissioner Henry,
If y'all wanna give me an extra person, I'll be happy with that as well.
Throw that in with a vehicle.
Yeah, throw that in with the bid. Judge DeBeer said she agreed.
come out of her budget?
Yes.
Commissioner, have anything else? Mike?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Who's next?
Say the best for last.
Y'all go ahead and order in food. It's just gonna take, no, just kidding.
Apparently Blake didn't want anything, so you're not here.
He has court today with, his clerk told me, and that they are scheduled for August. Okay. I'm not sure what time.
Set your time. Tell us what, we could come in August.
So
What's his name?
Just mess up. Right.
on which deal, the vehicle maintenance fuel deal? you can-
I think that's a total. of
Yeah,
everything. That's a
so if
total.
you pull that 8,500
Yeah.
out, that leaves you about, 37.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, update you. She did tell me that both vehicles were the same price. She didn't understand what that 42
It
thousand.
was just- Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's just got his steel in there.
He does. So that vehicle would have been around 37,000.
Yeah, okay. About the same thing as the Villiers.
Right, yeah.
You stand right here.
All right. You said I needed a timer, Commissioner?
Yeah, I said, give it 5 minutes.
I'm gonna give 3.
Take long at that rate. The judge can talk.
Alrighty, Judge, you're up.
Okay. Larry Cryer, JP6, and Tammy Jenkins, Chief Clerk with JP6. I would like to go back and just say a couple of things about what I've already heard it here about our operations, all of our operations, and that is on the automobiles. First off, you have to realize that what we have received is nobody's fault other than we're trying to make do and save money. But it just takes one major repair and it's gone. Everything you worked for is gone.
And we try not to, my vehicle right now has been canned because of the cost just to fix one thing on it was worth probably 6 times, 7 times what the value of the car is even damaged. It's just that it's the major engine on these cars is expensive. And you got to make a call, and everybody made a call on this one not to spend any more money on it. We had patched it up for about 2.5 years. I believe I had almost 3 years. But what I want you to understand is what do we do with our cars? What do we use them for? And the other thing is that if we are going to be able to use them for everything we do, that includes going out of town to schools and all that. We can't put people out on the highway anymore. Times have changed. You can't put them out there, especially the ladies out there on the highway. It's bad enough, especially when you're traveling alone, that we have to try to get there and get back in the same vehicle. And I just like for you, when you're making decisions about cars and what we're given, that if we're going to do that, please keep that in mind. I think probably my next statement is of appreciation to the court. I was here 38 years before I ever got a car to start with. And let me tell you something, that's a long time. I wore out several cars. And of course, all that the county voted to ever do was pay a mileage, which does not even come close to what it costs to maintain and buy a vehicle of your own. I realize that when you're doing that, you're using it for personal use and that. And I don't use my county car for personal use going anywhere. In particular, I have on occasion to go to the doctor in Pasadena in it. But that's probably all I need to take up your time about. I just want that to be clear with the court, that they understand what goes on when you give us those cars. Let me get my glasses on. I just had eye surgery. And number one on the list that you have, I'll get into this, salaries. We have a young lady that works for us over there part-time, Rena Viapon.
Reina Viaponda.
Okay, you got that? She's part-time right now, but let me tell you, she's great. And here's a big thing about her. I'm going to just say, I'm going to be conservative and say she handles probably 18% of our telephone traffic because it's Spanish. And that's what she's done from the day she started, maybe more. I may be a little short on that. But let me tell you, I think we're headed there in all the offices. Probably years ago, we could have done it down south with a Vietnamese translator down there, because we had plenty of Vietnamese traffic up in our court. And that made it hard on those people and it hard on our staff to try to handle business. So keep that in mind. But she already works for us part-time. We would like to bring her over full-time at the beginning of the year coming up. Another thing she's done, and we would like to introduce you to the fact that she works for the county commissioner when his staff has to be out. She's been taking up the phone systems interlocked, so she can do it from her desk, or she can go over right next door into their office through the hall door. And for Billy, and she's learning that job too. But hopefully what we are proposing to you is that if we bring her on in full time, that she would take care of those things now still as part of our office and do them when they're needed. And maybe we can expect the same back out of the commissioner's clerk if we get in a tight on an overload or whatever. But this is the exchange. We were given $18,000 by the court to hire her part-time. We've been using her like 6 hours a day, and I can't remember, is it 6 hours, 5 days a week?
5 hours.
5 hours. Okay, 5 hours a day, trying to keep it in the $18,000 amount of money. So that gives you some idea of what that whole thing's about. We are asking for the same as other judges. I think I heard asked for. I didn't know everybody was going to ask for the same thing, but that's great. And that is bringing everybody up 2 steps in our court. I was given, when I started changing to fuel and maintenance here, I was given $2,500 on the car I had, which was in horrible condition when I got it. And it wouldn't even run when I got it for 2 or 3 days before we even get it to run. But as far as I was given that money for the year, $2,500 for tires, gas, and everything. And I was told to contact them if I had a major problem. That it would just engulf the whole budget. There wouldn't be any money left for the year. I would like to see. I was then moved up to $8,600 and some odd dollars to keep my other car going, which is over in the yard now over here. And we would like to keep what's left in there or keep that amount for next year, regardless of what we do. I haven't spent any money I didn't need. So if it's in there when we're through, it's in there. Still your jurisdiction to what to do with the money. But I would like to see you, if you will, appropriate that amount of money again one more year. Because what I am driving now is one of the county pool cars. And it's a very economical car. I don't know what plans are, and I guess we'll talk about it after this is over. But the budget number we put in there was what we dealt with trying to get numbers for cars. And that number was a car identical to what I had, only a new one from a Chrysler. And that's what that price is the best price we could get. You may, as a court, obviously do better than what we tried to do. I do believe this, though, from my history, you can buy me a car and it'll last me 8 years at least. And that would be with very little maintenance and probably a couple sets of tires for that period of time. But the problem is these cars that I'm jumping back, but these cars come from the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department demands the use of those cars when they need them. And what I mean by that is they have some extreme wear and tear on cars when they're out here in chases and having to run the distances that they have to run. The City of Houston Police Department, they don't have a couple of miles in their district, each one of them to go. We have officers going 30 miles one way and 30 miles to get back where they belong after they're on a call they're making out of their area. So remember all the repairs that go into a car before they're handed down. And I'm not sure that it's a good idea to hand them down, just for your information. And if you look at the data on the cars and what's been spent on them, and there's good data, you're going to find out that we spend a lot of money on cars that we could probably shove into new vehicles, and different ones could have different lengths of time on how long they have the car. And what I mean by that is some cars, probably most of our cars are all for the JP. I would think 4 years you could do good with have very little maintenance. Maybe one set of tires, maybe two in that period of time, because there's no chasing anybody and we don't go high speed. The only thing is now, I think that all cars that the judges will let you do it to have emergency lights on them. They can be hidden. But here's the problem. When we go on death calls, auto accidents, we're the last ones there usually. So we're the last car at the back. And all our stuff is in our car, in the trunks. So if we do that and don't pull up in block traffic, we're vulnerable at the back to be ran into all the time. And that's why I have appreciated the lights that I had on the car I had, because at least you have some protection about that. And I'll go on and leave that alone. Back on fuel maintenance, let's see.
I see you're asking for a PA system for your courtroom.
Yes, I am.
Okay, in the Capitol.
That's been asked for now for about 4 years.
Okay.
I have did you see the sheet in there?
Should have been attached, a quote from DataBox that was from last year, I believe. But
That's the same one we got last year.
yes, sir. At that time, we were looking at putting in a screen and a projector,
Right.
but instead we've got some larger TVs and added a TV. So it's got dual TVs for the courtroom, because we had some trials come up, and it's just better for both sides, the defense and the plaintiff side, to be able to see whatever's being projected, and for the jurors. But so we don't have a current quote, but I think they said it would be probably considerably less, is that you and I talked, Kyle, it's just mainly a PA system, just because the acoustics of the building makes it hard to hear.
Okay.
We got salaries out of the way, I think I made my, anything you want to add to that? I know she's got a lot more on her mind about it than I have in my head. The two-step for all others, and I'm past this PA now, sorry. Get out of here. That's the last thing on the list, isn't it?
No, you're good, Judge.
I've got lots of notes over here that I'm not gonna even get into.
So you're moving your part-time up into a full-time?
Yes, that's correct. Now, let me say something about budget wise. I'm not talking about spending money. I'm talking about just being prepared. If you leave the 18 in there for our budget, just in the event we do have something major go wrong, it's there. You can take it out anytime y'all want to during the year, but it's already in there. If you leave it in there for extra help, I mean, you know what, we've been through 3 years now. We've all been lucky. I've been lucky. Everybody in our group's been lucky. I don't know. Maybe I missed somebody that we haven't had the virus. So, but I'm just saying that's a little buffer zone right there for us, since it's already in there. If you want to consider it, there's an increase, as you see on the budget. There's an increase for the part-time moving to full-time. Of course, she picks up insurance and vacation and all those things. She picks up all that. That is an expense. It's not shown here. And looking at it as a business and not as a government, you may say, well, that doesn't make any sense. It does. It does make sense. But anyhow, we would like to maybe that buffer zone could be kept in there for now, at least for 6 months, see what we get through. But okay, anything that you see I ran over? We do have a lot more school going to this year. I am. To try to do, keep up with all the things that are going on the EPO business. Violence is unbelievable. Family violence is super unbelievable. Everybody that's involved out here knows what I'm talking about. It takes up a lot of our time, and we appreciate any consideration, which we know you'll give us. You do on everything. You know, I think I'm open. If you want to ask me anything, you may not want to ask me anything, but I'll sure try to answer it.
The quote on the vehicle, did you run that through George or did you get it on your own?
No, they got it from office. They call
In your office?
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm not saying, here's the deal, so you'll know, you're making the decision. When my car went down finally, Judge Jimmy said, drive this pool car until I get back to you. And this car has been a great car. I understand this is the last year they're making them. The Chrysler is gone and this Ford's going to be gone. They're not going to be available anymore. To give you some idea of what I've been hearing. Jimmy said, drive it. It's a very economical car. It's not a race car. It's not a police car, but it's very good for transportation of what I do. So keep that in mind, not only on me, but other things in the county that don't have to have super cars to go up and down the road in. And I have more than appreciated the court allowing me at Jimmy's direction to take that car, because I've had about 3 months of no auto repairs. Hallelujah.
Anybody have any questions for Judge?
Yes.
No, I think, yes, if you
You
look at
bet.
all the vehicle deals, they all come out around 37,000 somewhere in there.
They
So,
do.
Loaded question. So how do y'all compare y'all's workload to each other? So the reason I ask that is you're asking for another full-time clerk, which is going to give you 4 full-time clerks compared to everybody else that has 3. So just
I don't know who
how
y'all-
y'all measure y'all's.
Yeah,
volume of work.
I don't have anything to get into with that. I can dig it up, but we're not trying to outdo anybody.
No,
in
I'm
clerk.
not.
And I know you're not.
Yeah.
But the point is, she came in.
I think y'all have the most population, if we want to track it down that way, or the most.
We actually did that. I did it last year and looked at the caseloads. And actually, 1 and 6 are pretty even. I think, if I remember right, yeah.
So, I'll just speak to that.
Sure.
She's got it in her
So,
hand.
yeah, I looked at the numbers. I mean, you know, with criminal cases, you can't really judge it because it depends on the officer. They'll get to file in one place, so it kind of goes up and down. We pretty much stay about the same. The civil cases, which our jurisdiction is 20,000, the same as county court. So we're hearing the same civil cases, if not more than what Judge Sylvia hears. I understand he has juvenile, but so far this year, we've had just under 200 civil cases filed. And so that's been increasing about 40 cases per year since 2015. But part of that also is because which I don't know if y'all are aware, but I have dual title. So I'm not just chief clerk, but I'm chief clerk / justice court technical assistant. So I spend a lot of my time dealing with issues with Odyssey, assisting the other courts, updating the system or anything that needs that kind of help, as well as sometimes other offices, whether it be sometimes with the county clerk or whoever needs assistance with Odyssey. So that's why it would kind of give a little bit more assistance to me because I do spend a lot of my time on the technical side of things.
She also helps me get on the TV when I can't get my screen to pop up there and all that stuff. So
No.
tell me.
And let me tell you, it's really been great with Billy because what happens, he has a lot of meetings with all going on the west side on all the industrial business. But he's done great in supporting our equipment situation as far as the cameras. And that's why the PA is important. We asked for it a long time ago, but we need it in the courtroom. Things do get a little rough in there in court. I don't know about his court.
No,
It's
I
not-
use the courtroom a lot for meetings. I really do.
And I would also say that it is set up to where if it needs to be used as an overflow courtroom. Now it only has space for 6 jurors, not 12, that district court would require, but I know some of the JP offices today got an email from Montgomery County. Yeah, it was Montgomery. Yeah, Judge Lockwood about having some CPS cases, wanting to use some of the courtrooms. So I just think having a system to where you can hear, because some people are soft spoken, like Commissioner Gore. Sometimes if I'm watching Commissioner Gore, it's hard to hear. I'm not picking on you.
No, I hear it all the time.
But I mean, that is.
You do?
Yep.
You can hear?
No, I hear it. People say that all to me all the time.
Just kidding.
Tammy, one thing I think y'all need to do though, is you really need to fine tune that 16,000, find out what real number is.
Yeah, I think, and I spoke with Kyle about that. It's just taken a while to get back on some of the quotes. And I think that was just something that came up kind of last minute.
But I mean, you have your visuals now, that's a big piece.
Mhm.
Yes, we upgraded to now, I think it's 75-inch TVs we've gotten. So it just makes it easier for the parties and the jurors to be able to see and hear, but.
We do a
but
lot
yeah,
of
it's still a
Zoom.
little bit.
We do a lot of them, which is a good.
It really, I mean, when you have attorneys in Dallas and out of state and Louisiana, and we can take care of business without anybody driving a mile, it's a blessing.
And to talk about the growth in the county that I just came back from the JPCA conference, and Chambers is ranked number 10 of the top 10 counties of growth. I think it was 38% this past year. And as Heather's pointed out before, that's just the people that live here. It's not the people that,
Work here.
yeah, pass through. That's probably 80 to 100,000, so.
Yeah, I can show you 100,000 motor homes or travel vehicles that are in parks over there, and they're not vacationing. They work over there, and they're down here in all the industry. And if you haven't been to the west side, come over and drive down around through Beach City and back, and you will be astonished at the warehousing. Minimum 4 million feet, minimum in those warehouses, and they're everywhere. They're building them everywhere. I've never seen anything like it. But anyhow,
We got any- I think,
right.
anybody have anything else to just run like you're done?
No, I'm hungry.
Judge, if you're complete, we'll wrap it up at 12:33. We will recess
Great.
and go to lunch. Okay, Chambers County Commissioner Court budget hearing come to order after lunch. It is 1:09. I'm gonna start with the constables. Are we going in order with the constables?
Yeah.
Starting with one,
Absent.
2,
President account for.
you want to make sure JP decide they're gonna jump around on us.
Damn, I got 3 pages. Don't talk too much.
I'm not gonna talk that much, I promise you that.
Okay, state your name for the record and then
My name is John Mulryan, I'm the constable of precinct 2. I want to thank y'all for allowing us to come here today and preparing for our budget. The constables, we all met and discussed our individual needs while at some same time trying to make us a more cohesive unit as one. We discussed many items in preference to salaries, training, and vehicles. But I want to just elaborate on mine 2023 budget. We all agreed that for an increase for ourselves of the 2,500 like we did last year, along with the cost of living raise. That's what y'all did for us last year, and we'd like to continue it for next year. Some of the reasons why I think that this the raise and everything's to get us into in the same salary gap as the JPs, court bailiffs, and even supervisors at the sheriff's office. All his constables have 18 to 30 years of law enforcement experience, and which also means that we have to maintain the T-code mandated training, which is a lot more than other peace officers in the county. I know that there's been a perception that the constable's office is like a part-time job, but as we all know, the county is growing at a rapid pace, and that as the constables, we're out there as a assistant with the sheriff's office or Mont Bellevue PD or whoever else, other law enforcement, game wardens. So we're not just, this is our sole job. It's not a part-time job like it used to be in years past. In reference to a salary increase for my chief clerk, I'm asking for $1,300 yearly raise, which comes out to be $50 a paycheck. You can't go to a restaurant or even to the movies for $50 nowadays with the price increase of everything. And she's dedicated herself over 20 years of service for Chambers County with many titles, where she worked at the sheriff's office, and now she's my chief clerk. And I'm just asking that along with the cost of living raise also, I'm saying. And I feel like that her salary would be close to other chief clerks' salaries in other departments with the same amount of experience. In reference to the other budget line items in my budget, my personal budget, on the contractual other, I'm asking for a $5,000 increase for a mobile data terminal for my vehicle. Constable Rich will explain a lot more about that. He's been doing a lot of research on it. And my travel and training, I'm increasing it from 3,000 to 4,500, not only for myself for the training, but also for Susanna's training. And also I pay for Louise Rodriguez, who's Judge Kane's bailiff, part-time bailiff, because she's a deputy constable, and I hold her commission. So she has to have the mandated deputy constable training for the civil process and stuff. I'm asking for a $2,500 additional for my vehicle maintenance and fuel due to the rising cost of fuel prices. And I'm not asking for a vehicle this year. 2 other constables are asking this year because myself and the sheriff made a swap on a vehicle, and I have a Tahoe right now, and because he wanted my truck. So So that's all I'm asking for on my. In my budget.
Here last year or the year before, and I'm not for sure, Aaron, you may be able to touch base on this here. I thought we approved all of y'all cameras. Cameras. They were approved in your budget here a year or two ago, Aaron. Can you check that? Because I remember one of them asking for it or someone asking for it, and I remember I thought we approved it.
Robert did. I got one of Robert will.
Yeah, Robert.
Camera is, this is a body camera.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we'd approved body camera for all the constables, and I mean.
No, I know Robert did, and we talked about possibly adding the constables to the contract that the sheriff is doing for the body.
Yes, I mean, we have money that we're doing out of the ARPA funds that I think is that right? Is that right? Okay, I think we're having money there. And I think we're getting cameras for the DA's office, the sheriff's office. And I think it would be cohesive, if all that was linked together.
Yes.
So I think y'all may need to reach out to Samantha.
Okay.
And so we can get all uniform, the same type of cameras and go from there.
Okay.
As far as that system, would we have our own access and it not go to where? You see what I'm saying? That way
Yes.
it's our.
Yes.
not the sheriff's office.
Yeah, we have a contract, and the sheriff said the big expense of that is actually the data storage,
The cloud.
the data storage, and it'd be an annual contract, to keep that going. And it would just be much more economical to add y'all to the same thing.
So
But I don't know the details as to how it would be stored, but I'm pretty sure you can probably do it separate. Where you got your.
Little camera that I got for $200 Amazon camera, and it's.
So if y'all can reach out to Samantha and let's see if we can get all that together.
Yeah, we'd like all that to be on the same system.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions for John?
Yeah, I think I sidetracked a little bit here. This mobile data terminal, what all does that include?
I'm gonna let Constable Rich
Okay. is he
talk
gonna-
about that because
Okay.
he's been doing the research on it.
Good deal.
He just asked me to add that on my line item. We're all asking
Okay,
for
yeah, I think all y'all added to 5,000 line
Yes.
item for that, so.
Did y'all all get straight on your logo and your decals and that kind of stuff?
We're working on this.
We're working on the logo still, but. Or, Samantha's working on the logo.
Okay. All right. Okay, anything else? Court?
I'm good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Thanks, John. We waiting on that peach cobbler.
So when's the next day? Just tell me that. When's the next day y'all gonna be doing? Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, we're after court.
Right, after commissioner's court.
Yes, sir.
But if you don't bring that peach cobbler by,
Okay, so we're gonna go to Butch.
We do lots around there.
I'm Butch Bain, Constable, Precinct 4. And I want to start out by saying I just want to bring it to your attention that my budget's going to be decreased by 17,000. Of course, most of it's from the pickup truck. But some of these are non-reoccurring, such as the bed cover and the deck toolbox system. They won't be there next year.
Okay.
But I'm asking for the same salary as the rest of the constables. The salary for the secretary, I think we ought to bring Missy up to the same salary as the one here at Anahuac. She's got control of 4 out of the 6 constables right now. Does the paperwork for those. As for supply other, the same 2,500. And then we're asking for emergency response tools, which are the breaching tools to get into a door. Hopefully we won't have to ever use those, but if we do, we'll have them. With the school shooting that brought it to our attention. Uniform other, I'm asking for 1,000. I'd like to get some a uniform with some patches to go on a shirt. The travel training, I'm gonna have to raise it from 1,200 to 3,000 because Missy, last year we run out of money simply because we just didn't have it. All I had was for me. But she's got to have the training also. And of course, the mobile data terminal, I'll let Kurt, he's got the information on that. Asking for an increase in fuel. Hopefully it'll go down, but we don't know that. So we had that, a little increase in fuel to 7,000. And then, of course, the deck toolbox system, which is for putting long guns in the back of a truck. We don't want to leave them. If we stop somewhere, we don't want to leave them blocked up in the inside because they're tearing into them now. And that's where we store our other equipment. And of course, the bed cover to cover it. As far as that goes, I think that's it.
And you're asking for a new vehicle? That was on. Okay, nope.
So Butch
Yes.
and Kurt got have a new truck somewhere. I don't know, they're in cyberspace or somewhere.
Yeah,
They have been ordered. So the cell phone deal, that's for you and Missy,
I'm sorry.
the cell phone. You and Missy both have a cell phone. What's that?
Allowance.
Allowance.
I'm not, I don't know if she's got a county cell phone or not.
Most people don't, but most people just get a stipend.
Okay, well, okay, yeah, maybe she getting stopped.
Yeah, I know she, huh? Does she don't have one?
Okay. Anything else?
Did we figure out what that mobile data terminal is, or we?
We're gonna wait till Kurt. Get there. We'll
Kurt's the expert.
Get
on that.
educated on that.
Ah,
Okay. That
That's
it?
All right.
Thank you, Butch. Brad?
Bradley Moon, Constable Precinct 5. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I am asking for I've got down here 6,800 for the mobile data terminal. That's an increase. The vast majority of my increase, which is like $53,572, is a vehicle for 2023. I haven't asked for an increase on my training because I went to one conference this year and it's gone, and I needed to go to a second one. So I've asked for an additional $1,000 to make it go from 8 to 1,800. I don't know what I did, but I meant to increase my fuel and maintenance fee or account. I don't know why it went to 53.49. It should have been at least 75. But I don't know what I did there. Anyway.
Now, your budget last year on fuel and maintenance was 7,400.
Yes, sir.
So you want to increase it to, by how much?
At least that much, not increase it that much, but another $2,500, I would say.
So you're saying 10,000? If it's.
Well, no, I'm saying instead of 5,300, it should be 7,500.
that's only $100 increase.
That's what I'm saying. Your budget last year was
Okay.
74.
Let's do 85.
Okay, so. If it's 74, so $1,100 increase.
Hopefully that new vehicle will be a little bit more fuel efficient than the one I'm driving now.
Yeah, but it might take 2 years to get it.
You got a point, son. You got a point. And thank y'all for
the 2,500 on the raise, trying to get us up equal with the JPs. I appreciate, we all appreciate that.
Thank you, Sharon.
Yes, the same thing on the bed cover. and
Yes,
all
so the
that,
deck cover,
deck-
striping, deck cover, tool cover, and the truck.
Okay,
And then, of course, I forgot about the MDT, the mobile data terminal, so that'll
yeah, I was gonna say, I don't see that on here unless I'm missing.
a little over 60,000.
1,600. No, 60. That's
Well,
not it.
your mobile data terminal is located under your contractual other line.
That's $6,800.
Yep, there it is.
Yes, sir, there's a $5,000 line item for the mobile data terminal, and then there's also an $1,800 line for TLO TransUnion search engine.
Or,
Yeah, the TLO search engine is an engine that I've been using. We can research, like if we have somebody we're trying to find, it shows us their assets, it shows us whatever, if they've ever been arrested. It shows what kind of cars they drive, all their addresses, especially if we're having to do an eviction or if we're trying to do a rid of possession.
And all of us can get on here, right?
Yes,
All of us. can
and
get
all
on.
of us.
y'all use that.
The account is up
No, we don't have.
now. The account, all I've got to do is get them added in. The account is up now under precinct 5 constable's office. And they can be added as users.
okay, so there's no increase on fee for.
The fee right now
Eight
is
number of users.
$75 a month for what I've been using. Now, it goes up a few dollars it depends on what kind of search you use.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but y'all, you have a certain number of users can be within that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the reason the 1,800, that's in case we have any overages when we use it.
Okay. All right.
What's this hardened sign deal? Hardened sign is, Phil Baragas. Got a small business in Hardin, Texas. He's the one that did striping on my vehicle and Kirk truck. Oh, he's very reasonably priced and he's close.
Okay. Actually, that search engine was on the next page, okay. I see. He's set up as a vendor to the county?
Yes, sir.
He just, okay.
I think we got that squared away last year or the year before when I.
Okay.
That's what I figured.
That's what I'm doing. There's always one in the crowd. Have y'all, just while you're up there, Brad, and this is just a question across the board for all constables, because I don't know, and the court may not know, have y'all seen an increase in papers or other stuff like that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Sir. And I was at the Trinity Bay Board meeting last Wednesday. And I think there's like projected 600 plus new homes in precinct 5
Mhm.
coming up. And there's some of the land, some of the developers are still, they got deep pockets in there looking for more land.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So it's growing.
Thank you.
Yeah. I wouldn't even touch it. And to go back to that question, he had for Butch about the cell phone. She does get cell phone allowance.
Okay, I thought most of them did.
$40.
Okay. Typically, this one is around $600. One.
Okay. Can you check that? See if the other clerk gets that? Susanna?
Would that be under Moons?
No, that would be under John
Right.
Mulrine.
All right. Could answer that pretty quick.
cell phone allowance.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's
that's
only
just,
got 900.
yeah.
That's all we know.
Yeah, I think Missy did have one, a phone, and when she come from Anahuac, so that she did
Okay.
have it. It just goes over there, just right.
You wanting to see about adding that to,
Sure.
I would think.
or how much was that adding, that's, how much was it doing?
Yeah.
So 480 a year. I'll be glad my new glasses come in, I'll be able to see everything.
What that do? You can see everything?
Well, I don't have two pair. I'm bobbing my head. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Aaron.
Good afternoon, Constable Kirk Rich, Chambers County Precinct 6. Just going off of everything that they've already said about salary and all that increase. Appreciate the help in that, if you would. Now going on to the stepping up into the MDT system. Okay, I talked to Derek, and apparently the county likes to use Dell laptops and stuff. So I'm not sure about the cost of the laptops. I think they're around a couple $1,000s. I'm not exactly sure. But I figured $5,000 would cover what we need in the vehicles. Now, what we need in the vehicles is able to do a search on people and whenever we go there. Take, for instance, last week, if I wouldn't have already known information about a eviction that I had, the guy threatened to shoot me with a shotgun if I knocked on his door. So luckily I got the sheriff's office involved and the sheriff's TAC team took him down last Friday night. And I was able to serve the eviction while he's handcuffed him back to the car. But if we're out in the field and the sheriff's office, if the dispatch is busy, it's kind of hard to get on the radio to talk to them, to do searches on people, before we go knock on our door. I'm doing 5 to 6 evictions a week, 2 set outs a week. I've got writs of sequestration, which means the TLO system would be good to find out what assets they have, what assets I need to take, or anything like that. And instead of going back to the office, looking up that information, it's easier just to hit it on the fly. I'm going back and forth on papers all the time. It would just make my world easier. I don't know about their world, but I'm sure it would be. And as far as the MDTs, the mobile data terminal system, if we could possibly piggyback off of what the sheriff's office has, being able to run license plates, being able to run 27s, 29s, wants and warrants checks, stuff like that. Since the county already owns a system like that, if we could piggyback off of that, I don't know if we would have to get our own rights and
I think it has to
licenses.
be a user. So, I mean.
So,
Yeah.
but having a computer that way I don't know, it would just make the world more efficient for me.
That's fine. I think we need to coordinate with the sheriff's office.
Right.
Got to do it then.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's as much safety as it is.
well, yeah, that too. Like I said, about the Daughtry guy this last week, I don't know if y'all heard about that. He was someone that the sheriff's office dealt with last month, and the parents wanted to evict him out of the travel trailer. He lived on their land. I don't know if they did the 3-day notice on him, but everything that Sergeant Burt told me about him was he was gonna shoot me with a shotgun through the door of the house. So that's whenever I went to the sheriff's office and I talked to Captain Kavarmi, and he got his guys involved and they took him down, and I was able to serve the eviction with him in handcuffs in the back seat. Not to mention that his wife had warrants and they had to call, she ran from them during the felony stop and got bit by a dog and had to be life flighted. So I'm dealing with bad people, and to have the information to be able to pull it up before I go there, would just save me.
Yeah, I think the whole court agrees that the safety is top priority.
Right.
I mean, going home at night, that's
Yeah.
for all of our law enforcement across the country.
Yeah.
I think we need to coordinate.
Yeah.
I think we need to coordinate with the sheriff's office to how y'all's data is gonna be stored and IT I think Austin is over that, is right. I think y'all need to get in contact with Austin, also coordinate with the sheriff's office.
Okay.
On how everything's gonna be set up and how access, I mean, y'all have full access to y'all stuff. The users and stuff like that, so I think,
I already have access to the RMS system, which is good, but it's in my office.
Yeah.
You know, if I need to look up somebody through the RMS system, I have to go to my office. Well, you know, that's gas in a truck that gets 10 miles a gallon right now. You know, it's just, it's not efficient. It's not, I don't know. I'm busy and I want to make it easier.
no, I totally understand. That's reading, I was mentioning a while ago, you'll need to coordinate with Samantha and everybody that we're getting those mobile cameras and how that's being stored with the
Right.
sheriff's office, so we can all be on board with the same system. So if something does need to be done, everybody, I tell you, whoever can work on the same system.
Yeah,
Right.
same thing, body worn man, also the in-car mobile, whatever you call this thing, data terminal.
Yeah.
I think we all agree that it'd be a great asset to have, and it's a lot safer with it, so.
That's good. And the system that I was wanting, I talked to Derek about it, and we could even take it out and put it in our office and use it in our office. So, you know, it's just a removable system. So the sheriff's office used to have the type of system like that. And now their cars are pretty much, they're always in there. But for us, if we can take it out and do what we need to instead of opening up our computer in the office and stuff. So,
But this computer here, and I don't know, because I'm not a tech person, I mean, shutting your vehicle off, I know the sheriff's office,
Well-
I mean, with the vehicle be shut off, I know they went to battery backups within the
Right.
vehicle. and stuff like that.
the system that I talked to you about, Derek, is having a self-contained system. That way the air card is in the computer itself. Don't have to run wires and put a booster and all that stuff on it,
Okay.
you know. It'll be, well, it's the rugged system. I think it's it's something, I don't know that much about the computer, but it's self-contained. It's kind of like EMS uses. Yeah, EMS uses the same system. So
Okay.
you don't have to have all the data links and all the stuff that you plug it into the car. You need some mount, put it there. And it's
And
self-contained.
also, if you take it out, you don't have to worry about the heat, that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
So much, that's not a bad idea.
So,
Okay.
and I didn't put it in here, but I would like to, you know, thank the sheriff, whatever. Back whenever they got new tasers, you know, doing all that stuff about new tasers, I did talk to the sheriff about, you know, instead of us spending $3,000 or $4,000 getting tasers, the newer tasers that he have, the some that's left over, he has agreed that he wouldn't mind giving us those tasers. So just thought that that's a good way to save money working with other departments.
You
You
good?
know, I don't know if they'll want to carry them or not, but.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah, and also there's other things that we're looking into that'll need more research, but for now, that's a good thing.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or?
And so the breaching equipment,
Yes,
I put in here for, I don't know if I put in for a little more than them, but I do want a shield. And of course, I need the bigger shield.
Extra large.
Compared to who?
Well, I am getting a new goose creek.
That's right.
Yeah. You know, as far as all that breaching equipment, you know, having that deck toolbox system, we'll be able to store that stuff in it. It'd be weather, you know, out of the weather, locked by the tailgate of the deck system. But having that stuff, we're out all the time. They're building a new school in my precinct, and yeah.
Oh, I don't
have
any.
Yeah, he doesn't have any, but you know, if it's happening anywhere, I'm gonna go. I mean, I'm still a cop. I'm going through the door. And if I have the tools to go through the door with, yeah, it'll be better for me. If not, my kids will get my insurance money. So.
Yeah, we're definitely living in difficult times.
And
okay. Anybody got any questions or comments for any of the constables?
No, I'm good.
Okay, refresh my memory now. Who's getting the next two trucks?
Precinct 5 and precinct 1.
So Constable Dugan.
Or at least that's what we're talking about.
And on mine, I did a rollover, just to roll that 40 grand over if I didn't get it, but I did get a call from Ken Durbin last week, maybe a week before, that it is in production now. So,
Cool.
which means it's probably 6 months away. I don't know how that works. I go to the car lot and I buy my vehicle. That's how.
2082 will get them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all righty. Y'all have any more questions or comments on me?
I'm good. One last thing, I appreciate what y'all do.
Thank you.
Without a doubt.
Yep.
So I know y'all probably don't hear that enough.
Like I say, all the safety equipment, we totally understand that. That's the reason I want y'all to reach out to Samantha. And she can tag on with everybody else that she's getting those cameras for. So when y'all serving papers or wherever you're at. Yes, in the data box. So. Okay, hey, thank you, fellas.
Thank
Y'all
y'all.
be safe out there.
Okay, I need my easy.
I'll see y'all next Tuesday. This time after lunch.
About 12:30. Plan ahead.
See y'all then.
Okay.
What's next?
Who is, Darla?
Hello.
Do we have a tab on that?
Okay,
18?
Darla Branch, Environmental Health and Permitting Director.
If I remember right, Darla, last year you gave us money back, right?
Yes.
All right.
Sure, I'm not.
Yeah, she wants it all back.
No, I don't want it all back. So I just kind of want to remind the court of all the things that we do, all the programs and functions that we perform in my department. So of course, you know, we do permitting for residential, that's homes, RVs, swimming pools, any kind of residential structure. Commercial, y'all are familiar with. We also assist the engineering department and the fire marshal's office with their permitting process. We regulate on-site sewage facilities and retail food establishments. We do the permitting, the plan review, and the inspections of those. Septic systems, we do one final construction inspection. The retail food establishments are routine inspection based on risk. Some are every 3 months, some are every 6 months, some are every 12 months, just depending on what type of food they're preparing. If they're preparing, if they just have food and they're not cooking, such as prepackaged foods. We do the investigation and enforcement of nuisance complaints. Y'all are familiar with that. We do high grass and weeds, trash, rubbish, sewage complaints, those types of complaints. We also assist our contractor with our stormwater management program. And in 2020, we were tasked with the sale of dump stickers when Commissioner Tice's office moved to the west side. And in 2021, we saw an increase of those dump stickers in our office of 116%. So that's taking up a lot of my front office staff's time. Just
How many is that? 116%, how many stickers?
758 a year
I mean,
so far, 758. It was 350 the first year.
So are you the only one in mid-county doing the sticker?
JP5.
Mid-county.
JP5 does it as well in Wallerfield.
I think they're more familiar with our office, so that's why they come to our office more. And we perform a lot of these same tasks for the cities that we have interlocal agreements with. My office staff is very, very well equipped to handle this at this time. And my inspectors and myself, we also have to do continual training to keep up with all the rules and regulations of all the programs that we implement. So with that being said, I'm asking for a raise on top of any cost of living raise that you may give for my staff and for myself. As I told you last budget hearing, I am one of the lowest paid department heads, and you can see what responsibilities I have. I also am a field inspector, so I do field work also. And with my experience, with 23 years with the TCQ, 5 years here at the county, I have 10 years of management experience. I think that should be a take into account for my salary. I'm not asking for a lot, but I am asking, I think it's $7,100 total, but it would mean a lot to my department.
Do you have any questions concerning that?
Is that for your entire department?
That's my entire department, myself and my employees. I've also included some justifications for each employee.
Now,
I can-
you're wanting this above any cost of living raise, what you're saying?
Yes, sir. As you can see, I also included a chart that shows the increase in permits. Permits are going up. We have developers coming in. The only thing that decreased, and I don't know why, was septic systems. I think more and more developers are getting on sanitary sewer, so there's not as many septic systems. And I think because of the inflation, some of the systems that probably need to be replaced, they're kind of holding off on doing those. I think the only thing that was decreased was my training, just $500 because we're getting to be able to attend a lot of free trainings.
So year to date for training, you got 7,500 budgeted, but you've only used 1,600 of it.
We have another training coming up in October where it's about 3,600.
So you still probably won't use all of it, right?
Right. And as you know, I'm very responsive to all of your requests. I'm also trying to improve my programs through, we're doing some SOPs. I work with other regulatory agencies. We're working with the FDA right now to improve our food program. We're doing an assessment of our to see if we meet any of the 9 food standards.
You're not asking for any more employees.
No, I think that will happen in the future though, because with all the new homes, there's going to be new restaurants, there's going to be more and more permitting.
But do you do like in the city of Mount Bellevue, do you do any permitting?
The
Or
only
they
thing
take
we-
care of all their
The only
own?
thing we do in Mount Bellevue is on-site sewage facilities. They now have their own food inspector.
Good.
They do their own permitting.
So, but you do it for Anahuac
Anahuac, we do their food inspections.
food inspection.
City of Beach City, we do their septic systems and their nuisance complaints. Old River, we do all their permitting. Except for building permits, we do septic, food. We do have an interlocal for nuisance also. Same thing with code.
You do food for Beach City also, don't you?
Yes, we
You
do.
do
They've
have
only
one
got one.
restaurant there.
They've only got one.
That's just an agreement with these other entities, but there's no compensation except through the.
Through the
vendor,
interlocal agreement. No, we do get
Okay. You do
compensated.
get compensated.
For each inspection, there is a fee.
Okay.
And that's the fee that the county charges
Yes.
directly.
Yeah, the county charges the city a fee and then the city in return charges.
I think the inspection fee for restaurants is $75 and $40 for nuisance complaints.
What's y'all's restaurant do?
Oh, man, Tri-City Beach Grocery.
You got a restaurant in
Best
there?
burger in town,
Really?
right?
Yeah.
And Philly cheesesteak,
Sure. Check that out.
man. I'm good.
How much did we collect in fees last year through that department?
$426,847.50.
Almost, that's your budget, 401, 26.
426.
426.
Mhm.
Good question.
That increased by 9%
Up
from
to 9%.
2020 to 2021.
Okay.
Where are we tracking on this year? Anybody know? Probably have.
Could be.
There's a lot of revenue.
Oh, no, you're good. Hey, anytime I start looking through this here, my head goes bobbing to the left, they know to come over here and save us.
Septic, we budgeted. We're at 27,000.
Have you seen a uptick in septic systems on this side of the county?
On this side of the county?
Yeah, individual systems.
Yes,
Okay.
more individual systems on this side of the county.
Right.
So food.
We have subdivisions on the other side of the county that have septic.
Food, we budgeted 34,000. So you get the application permit. The BC/10.
Excuse me.
Oh, already permit. Already permits. Yeah, so we budgeted for that, like 100,000. Or 112,000. So they're. Okay. Working more.
Okay. So the. Okay, that's not including dump stickers, or is that including dump stickers? Okay. That's, this here is just permits and stuff like that. Okay, I'm just curious of how it balances out.
You hadn't spent anything on nuisance abatements this year so far.
Not so far. I think there may be one coming on.
Right.
That one on the corner of 565 north. We're looking into that. We're getting with we were with the attorney to find out what can actually be done. On your street,
Yeah, but
You know,
I mean,
because-
that's hard because people are living there, you know?
Yeah, they're hoarder situations and it's hard to deal with.
I know.
hoarders.
But they did let all the weeds
They-
on the front fence grow up, so you can't really see it anymore.
Okay, I knew we were here before today.
Find a positive in something, you know what I mean?
A lot of people just put fences up, so. we can see what they're doing.
Yeah, I knew here a few courts ago, we discussed, talked with George and y'all about not having the road and bridge department or parks department do it. Bid out, then we had some that we were looking at.
Company out there,
Or did we get the?
I think Victoria's still working on it. Yeah, Victoria's still working on it.
yeah,
Okay.
Victoria's on, working on something back.
But we wanted to get with the attorney to find out what our rights are first before we go onto someone's property.
A little more red tape than we thought.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine, just let the court know. It'd take
It's
a
one
little
thing, it's
while.
one thing when it's abandoned, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a whole different situation. I mean, people are actually living there. That's how they choose to live. Unfortunate, but you know, whatever their situation is, you don't know, you know.
Yeah, we had one in Beach City one time. Some bad one.
We know that it is being worked on by Victoria and Eagle, so.
Okay. Oh, trust me, I call them all the time. They say y'all do a great job. I appreciate it. You have anything else for us?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Court have any more questions?
I'm good.
Nope, we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darla.
Thanks, Donna.
11:52,
About 8 minutes before the next
1:52. Third,
Yeah, about 8 minutes. before the next one.
who is the next one?
That's
Okay.
First she wants the button, now she wants the seat.
I want to see that.
Well, you want everything. It's in the works. Do you want to take a break or they're here right here?
Oh,
Here.
come on, is that page 24? Unless y'all need a break. Page 24. Is it?
Too bad Bill and a beer.
Hi.
Oh, that's right.
All righty,
Hello.
you presenting?
Yes.
All right, just state your name for the record and
I'm Megan Carter from the Extension Office at White's Park. We turned in our budget to y'all and we did not request any more money this year for any budget lines. We were working with Mike Leslie for doing a new building or part of the building onto the warehouse that they were doing for parks.
I don't know if he's presented to y'all yet, or he was doing all of that.
I think that's in his budget.
Yes, okay, so that was it. On our side, we didn't, we still have, everything's good. We will be using more money next year. We do have some extra money as of now, but we have hired a new agent, so that will put more money into our travel budget and, certification fees. So that's why we just left it the same, because we did see we would have some money left over this year, so it should suffice for next year.
I do see just a small increase in your travel and training, but it's not significant. $200.
Yes.
And then we got a decrease in dues and subscriptions.
Yeah. Half of the increase.
Yeah. Wish everybody's that easy, right?
I know, I try to be easy. We've been doing a lot of new stuff like the certifications. So have y'all seen Brittany has gotten certified to do the car seat? She's gonna help Winnie this weekend. They've been doing the food drives. We just had one this weekend as well. Those are quarterly now. The youth development budget, we started a new garden at the office. So we've been doing a lot of ag, path to the plate. Things for kids to really learn like where their food comes from. It doesn't come from HEB. So we've been doing a lot of really cool things this year. So it's been exciting. We've been having fun.
You didn't know that, Bill?
You'd be surprised. So we did the one
Yeah.
a few weeks ago, and the girls were laughing at me. It was dairy month, so we were doing ice cream with the kids, and I told them to teach them chocolate milk doesn't come from brown cows. And they were like, kids do not think that. And I was like, watch. So they did. They asked those 40 kids. I bet you 30 of those kids raised their hand that they thought brown cows made chocolate milk. So it's crazy what they actually think. So, but they've learned a lot. We had a salsa garden portion. We did cucumbers and pickles. We did all kinds of stuff. It was fun. They've had fun.
Okay.
But I think, y'all have any questions for me?
What's
This is Sydney Ford. She's the new FCH agent. I said she came to commissioner's report and got approved, but she will be doing FCH stuff. I don't have to do it anymore. So I'm just doing ag now. But if y'all have any questions for her, she's still kind of getting acclimated to see. I don't know, do you have any plans for the year? Yeah. Yeah, we're still getting.
Just basically partnering with United Way, a lot of Marcel's, Williams, stuff like that. So it's stuff they've already set in place, and I'm just buddy and another part of the plan that they have already, just stuff we have scheduled.
Okay. What is that, Commissioner?
what's this home demo agent?
That's her position.
What's her position?
The FCH, so they used to be home. There used to be a different title for it. We just never changed the title, I don't believe. Because there's the Ag and Natural Resource, which is me. The Marine, Coastal and Marine is Nikki Fitzgerald, and then she is what we call FCH, or it's the home, whatever.
And we only pick up the part of her salary?
Yes.
Okay.
AgriLife picks up much more of her salary than mine.
Okay.
And then the 2 secretaries in the office as well.
That's good, man.
Yep.
Budget only went up $90.
I know.
You might be able to scrape that up somewhere.
We don't have anything else unless y'all do.
Nope, good.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yes, ma'am. Wow, 4 minutes, 11:50, 1:57.
Okay, the schedule. You know what, let me punch holes in this.
Thank you. Put them in the top now. What you got there? Who's next?
Well, the next one's at 2:30. So I'm trying to get someone in.
And what time?
2:30.
Starting late, finishing
My
early.
bad.
We'll go back and phone call if you don't mind, Judge.
Well, let's take a 10-minute break in. It is 1.
Hey, are we on the video yet?
Okay, so I'm
Okay,
Landis Moss
budget.
with the indigent, oh, sorry.
Okay, Chapter County Commissioner Court budget hearings come back to order after a small break. It is 2:14 PM and up next is indigent health. And say your name.
Landis Moss. Okay, so the only request that I have for my budget is a salary increase for my coworker Christy Williams. Christy was hired in as my clerk. Since 2020, each year we've been receiving a pretty substantial increase in our grant money that we use to help with the social service programs. So this year we've been awarded 4 times the amount we normally receive. And I just want to say that, I feel like these programs are necessary to help these families in our county that are in need. And Christy and I both work really hard to make sure that, we're here to help and that we follow all the guidelines that they give us. And that's, to ensure that we can continue to receive this money. With this additional money, it's really increased the workload in our office, and it's actually taken both of us to process all these cases, these applications. And I did go into more detail about what the applications, what goes with them to get them processed. And, it's not just taking the applications, it's, we have to make contact with a lot of vendors. We have to get all this stuff set up for payment. We have to do reporting. So there's a lot involved with it. I do want to say that Christy is a really great support to me in the office. And, there's only 2 of us in the office. So I do feel like it's important that she does have a good understanding of, all the programs that we offer. And really since last year, she's been handling the majority of the applications that we do for the social service program. And we had a really clean audit on our BBCA money, and I do want to give her some of the credit for that. I think she's doing an excellent job with these applications. I think she's knowledgeable. She makes really sound decisions in my absence, and she's just really valuable to me. So right now, I feel like it's not only fair, but I feel like it's necessary to update her job description to reflect what she's actually doing and ask for a pay increase for her for 2023.
How many steps increases that?
Well, I've got her down for I would like to give her a 2-step raise at a minimum. I believe that's a little bit over 4% of what she's making now. And I would really like to have that in addition to any across the board raises. And I also included the original and the updated job description in that paperwork that I sent in.
Yes, I wanted to comment on your audit. It was good.
Yeah, really the last couple of
Really
years,
was.
we've had a really good audit.
It was.
And we received twice the amount that we normally receive from BDCA.
But our parameters of giving it out are still the same? They've not changed?
They've changed a little bit with all this money that we've received this year. We can actually, the guidelines are a little bit different.
We can actually help with up to 3 months of like utility and rent assistance, where it used to be just 1 month.
But the qualification,
The qualifications are the same.
with
It's all,
inflation as high as it is, the qualifications are still the same.
they're still the same. They're still the same poverty level.
And we see, I mean, Atlanta deals with y'all a lot. through
Yes.
Our office over
And
there
we
at
do
the time.
appreciate you commissioners, y'all secretaries helping us out, because we do schedule appointments in Anahuac on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And the reason we do that is because Monday, the WIC office is there. And, you know, they've got people coming in, our waiting room's not that big. So we do it on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and then Thursdays is the day that we do all of our paperwork and get everything set up to be paid. And then, you know, Friday we do our POs. But if anyone that lives on the west side or the east side of the county, we do let them go to one of the commissioner's offices. So they don't necessarily, you know, we're just trying to get everybody in. And some of those people don't have transportation.
That's what I was finna say. I mean, it's already a strain enough for them to make ends meet, not to have to drive all the way over here. We appreciate the job you do.
Right.
I'll congratulate you with the job that you're doing on there. Also with the hospital and jail and everything else and everything.
Yeah, that's a lot of the reason why I had to enlist Christy to start helping me, because that's really taken a lot of time. I mean, that's been a lot of research and a lot of reporting, and which is fine, but you know, I just got into a position to where I had to get her to help me.
No, and it's benefited the taxpayers a lot. We greatly appreciate that.
It has.
Do you have anything else? Anyone on the court have any questions or comments?
Is this Christie's new job description in here, indigent healthcare clerk?
Yeah, there's an older one. And then I put one that I updated in there as
Is there a
well.
new version to this? I hadn't got to yet.
And this job description also has a pay group
Here.
13, but she was actually hired in at a 14.3. So I asked for her to be bumped up to a 14.5.
So in this new job description has her additional duties.
Mhm.
Oh, here they are. Okay.
And basically what I did was, we used to have, it was just the director and the caseworker. There was no clerk. So when I took the position as the director, I actually took all the casework with me, and Christy was basically just hired in as support, like to answer the phone and schedule appointments and, you know, give referrals out if people needed some other type of service. So I basically kind of combined the two job descriptions to include that she's doing the social service work.
And did you say how much grant money you was?
This year, we started in 2019, in which this was a normal year. Up until 2020, we would receive around 37,000 a year. That increased to 74,000 in 2021. This year, it's $145,000.
I didn't know what is it.
It's ARPA, EFS, and BDCA.
Okay.
How much you said was
145,000.
For 22,
Uh-huh.
and prior to 21, it was about the same.
Prior to 2020, it really kind of started increasing after the COVID stuff hit.
Yeah, and I think they've increased the amount of funds that they've been able to disperse.
And I really, honestly, I feel like it's gonna be like this from here on out.
How often do they look at the poverty level and adjust that? And if I remember right, what the county considers and what Omni Health is two different numbers.
Right. Well, I think that the poverty level will increase every year. So the numbers, like say with BBCA, it's 125%. With EFS, it's 150. But I think those numbers do increase every year with inflation.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
So, what's this healthcare line? Pretty much towards the bottom of the page, but I don't know if we're looking at the same page or not. You got a $200,000
That's for our indigent, for our regular indigent clients.
Okay. And then prisoner medical is,
Prisoner medical is the other one. Mhm.
you're pretty much on track to use all it up, so.
Yeah, I am.
And an inquest for JPs, where's that?
I don't fool with that.
That's when the JP does an inquest, the making the bill, and then we pay it.
Anytime there's a death and no one's present, they do an inquest.
Well,
I'm not sure why it's in mine, but
When you say no one's present, you mean they'll compare them to get? No, when there's no one there when you pass away.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of times they do it regardless.
I'm not sure why.
It's been doing that on every one of them.
Really?
Yes, so that's what I didn't know.
Before the next one, let's exit out and try and get back.
Okay. Anybody have anything else for Landis? No. We appreciate what you do for us.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate y'all
Very,
too.
very
Thank you so much.
We have a meeting at 10 tomorrow.
We do.
Okay.
Everything's ready.
Okay, unless you have something else.
No, I'm
We're
good. That's all I'm asking. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Landis.
Thanks,
Thank
Landon.
y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, me.
Okay, can we take just a second? Something's wrong with my computer. I don't think it's operator error because the brain come over here and it's still doing the same thing.
Let's see.
It's the seat you're sitting.
Maybe it is.
Operator error.
Heather, are you next?
No,
No, I'm gonna go,
I would let
absolutely.
Miss Marissa go. If she's
Oh.
here. Is she
I'm
there
just
early?
Let's see. I'll pull Marissa's up and see.
Page 18.
Which house services? Let's see if she's got me. Okay, I need to do the C. Let's exit out and get Toby back in,
No, you're good.
because it has to be something with.
And it may be because it's been sitting here all day.
It might be. Well, I tried to refresh now. I don't know. I'll let you sign in.
Just reboot. I mean, that. Hey, that's what she was doing. Reese Trial Services. Okay, we're just going to the general fund.
Yes. Sir. Yes, sir. And then, let's see. We can honestly.
I kept seeing Tommy look at stuff. I kept trying to get mine to download there and it kept just
I
going
know.
away on me.
Let's see.
There,
Where we going now?
free trial service.
Marissa?
Yes, sir.
All right, here she is.
Let's see. Fingers crossed.
But it's not green. Should anything be there? It's not
Oh,
green.
yes, I'm sorry, I thought it was.
No, it's okay.
Well, that's fine. Okay.
We'll wait till we get to Heather. I'm
Okay,
sure she'll have
okay.
something.
Yes,
Okay.
hopefully that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
ma'am.
it
Oh,
looked green.
No, it's okay. Cookies? What'd you say?
Oh, I should.
We'll be here next Tuesday, playing all week.
Does nobody watch court?
Okay, what page did you say? 18. Okay, it is 227 pretrial services. You ready?
Yes, it's red.
Just green, mash it little button on top.
Okay.
Okay, is that your name for record?
Marissa Wilbur. And I'm the Director of Pretrial Services.
Already, floor is yours.
Okay, I'm only asking for 2 new positions, just a full-time position and a part-time position. I think that the JPs and the district attorney's office have already gone, so y'all heard of the SB6, the Damon Allen Act that recently passed. And it is causing more work for all of our departments. We have
I put together, the paper I just handed you just shows our case numbers. We have been averaging 10 to 20 cases a month, 10 to 20 new cases a month. Last month, we got 30 new cases, and as of today, we're at 37 new cases for the month. So our caseload is growing. We have 263 total cases that are supervised between myself and Karen. And it's also, it's just Karen and myself in my department.
And y'all doing, you do the ankle monitors.
So,
all
yes,
that
sir.
as well?
So on the monitoring devices, so we do two things. If you're out on a pretrial release bond, you report to my office monthly. We have a few people that report more than once a month, but the majority is just once a month. If you are out on a surety bond or a cash bond, but you have a ankle monitor or an ignition interlock for a DWI second and higher, that's monitored by my office. So we do GPS monitors. Some have curfew, some do not. Now that GPS, that's monitored daily. Those are the high risk offenders. And those are monitored daily.
When you say monitor daily, you mean you have to physically go online and
Yes.
check, verify their location?
Yes. And it's not just their current location, it's the past 24 hours location. And some of them have, well, the majority of them have zone restrictions. So we have to make sure there's no violations. A lot of them have curfews. So we have to go in between these hours and make sure that they were at home during these hours.
So are these GPS systems set up so that if they break their zone, it triggers, it sends you a notice or an alarm?
On the computer, yes. It's not gonna be something that's gonna wake us up in the middle of the night.
No, I understand,
Yeah.
but it will give you a notification.
Yes.
It'll send you an email or.
Right, so that's why it needs to be monitored daily, because if something happened last night, we need to get on it the
Right.
next morning. Yeah, so so on the next page that I gave you are the charges. These cases, these are charges that are ordered to have the GPS ankle monitor. These are the types of cases that we are dealing with.
On this first page here, this one here,
Yes, sir.
is this the one you're looking at?
No, sir, this one.
Okay, if I can answer your question, I
Yep.
mean, I see the GPS, the curfew, ignition and all that, and you say daily, weekly. How
Yes.
many do you have, you doing that? Is it, it's a number in this square, the 134 and the 129? That you're monitoring?
I didn't bring that number, but it's about 37 people have GPS monitors.
Okay. So you have a pretty full time keeping up with them.
So
Okay,
that takes up
that's
most of every morning.
Okay.
And that's just if there's no violations. Now, if there's violations, then we have to go in, we have to verify stuff, we have to notify the prosecutor's office, we have to there's,
Okay, is,
yeah,
okay,
a lot of work.
I'm just curious, okay.
I'm lost. Okay, so we are in 4 different courts. Right now, we do PC docket in the afternoons on Tuesdays and Thursdays in district courts, and I believe misdemeanor court's going to start doing PC court as well. So that will be 3 or 4 courts will be in a week on top of regular dockets.
Your staff,
Correct. On top of monitoring, running these reports and seeing people and going to the jail to visit with inmates.
okay.
We're running thin.
So when you go, just question, when it goes through the weekend, y'all have to come back and check it on Monday?
Yes.
Okay.
So now that SB 6, that Damon Allen Act that just recently passed, that requires high risk and violent offenders to have a monitoring device as a condition of their bond. So since that passed, that's why our cases have doubled, tripled, because more people are required to have these ankle monitors or the drug patch or internet software.
If you get your new employee that you're asking for, do you have office space available?
No, sir.
I didn't think so. I thought that was the issue when.
We do. We
I
actually,
said, I know, I thought
we-
that was the issue after this young lady here. Mhm.
Any ideas?
office space. I mean, if we had to, there's a conference area in the back of our building that we could do cubicles if we had to. Take anything.
That, does that cost budget money to put in the cubicles and get the space ready for drops and IT and all that stuff there?
Yes.
Would.
We do have to have a little bit of some kind of privacy. When we're visiting with defendants. And a little bit of security.
Understandable.
So what do you do for security now?
Not an officer. I just mean like, we have a front lobby with a locked door. People can only come back when we go get them.
You're over by the library, I mean, not the library, the post office?
Yes, we are in the probation building.
Okay.
So there's a lobby. We have a front, Karen has a window in her office, and then probation has a front staff that has a window. So we talk to them through the window and then we bring them in when we're ready to visit with them.
Okay.
So basically, that's your only increase?
That's it. Yes, sir.
The one employee and then the part-time.
I don't see any part-time increase.
It should be over at 15.
Yeah, it is 15,000. Okay, wasn't nothing there before.
Okay. Mr. Hammond, have anything?
No, I mean, I was just thinking, you're probably looking at another 20-30,000 to retrofit some office space.
Yeah, it's gonna take something. We need to get Mike or somebody to go look at it and see what it looks like. Why don't you do that?
Yes.
Okay, I could do that. Like the courthouse would be a good spot because it has, the one entrance with the metal detector. We just can't be anywhere. Like we couldn't be at the library. Anybody could come into the library, and you don't want the people we see at the library.
I don't think we have anything here either.
No, well, yeah, but I'm just saying the one door, the entrance through the one door. I mean, we'll need something like that. I know it's
If what you have
difficult.
doesn't work.
Yes, what we have may work though.
Okay.
I'll get with Mike Leslie.
Yes, could you get with building maintenance, Mike Leslie, to get him to come look at,
I will.
please?
Yes, sir.
Didn't y'all have a file room over?
We do.
Maybe something we can do with that. Utilize that office space. So how do you pay for these monitors and stuff?
So the defendants pay for them.
It's all through there.
They're through a third party.
Not probation, it is.
Provides them and
Pre-trial.
Mhm.
yeah, they the defendant, that's part of their, I mean, they pay for that. We don't pay for it.
Huh.
And that money doesn't come to us. It goes to it's a Precise Safety is the company we use. So that money, they
They handle all that,
Yes.
y'all don't have to get involved in that. So, okay.
So how long is there such a thing as an average time that a person may be on the pretrial release program?
Misdemeanors are going pretty fast. We don't have a lot of misdemeanor cases. During COVID, they were on forever, but we're moving cases pretty quick. But I mean, I'd say minimum 6 months. We don't have anybody quicker, faster than that. But not 5 years.
Yeah.
So like the cases that we have 37 new cases. This month alone, we've lost 2. And that means they've either been, I think one got probation. They both got probation. So once they're sentenced, we're done. Or once it's dismissed, we're done with them. And 263 cases total.
Okay.
I would rather you be monitoring than sitting in jail now.
Totally agree.
Right. So
So do the judges determine who is eligible for pretrial release?
So I look at them first. I run their criminal history. The charge, it depends on their charge. Violent charges are not eligible.
What charges?
Any violent offense,
Okay.
assault. So we run their criminal history. If it's the first time felony offense, then they are eligible. Then I go to the DA's office for the okay, and then I take it to the judge for the final approval.
You say assault cases aren't eligible?
Correct. Now, if you're looking at. So what happened is these people made their own bonds. They went with a bonding company.
Okay.
So I'm only monitoring their GPS.
Okay, all right.
Now, some of these, you see on the second column towards the bottom, they also have internet software monitoring. So we monitor their phone usage and if they have a computer with internet access, we monitor all of that. So it could be the same person has an ankle monitor and the internet monitoring.
I did not realize if they went with a bonding company that you are still monitoring their GPS.
Any monitoring device, any ignition interlock, a handheld breathalyzer, GPS, drug patch.
So it's not just the ones that's on pretrial release,
No.
it's the ones that go through the bonding
Everybody.
companies also.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and those are the non-reporting. I broke it up into monthly cases reporting monthly. Those are the people on my bond that report to me monthly. And the non-reporting, it's just the devices only that we monitor.
All right. Yeah, I did not realize that.
No.
Okay.
These fees collected, where does that money go? Do they go back into your budget?
No, non-departmental.
General fund.
General
Goes back
fund.
to general fund? Interesting.
Unless there's another unfunded mandate.
Okay, well,
Don't cost anything, really.
if you want to get one, Mike, Leslie.
Sure.
You might be able to manage, give him, come look at that.
Mhm.
Let us know. Get him to give us a cost analysis on that. I don't know what you're gonna need for IT. I don't know what you're gonna need from all that there. I'm gonna reach out to Derek and him and go from there and get them all to look at it and give us a cost and email that to us. Or get it to Aaron and he can get it out to us. So,
Yes,
anyway,
sir.
did you have anything else?
I do have, if we were to take over that file room, that would just give us that one additional office. We could work with that.
Okay.
We could do that.
What's in the file room now?
Files.
Well, where you gonna put it?
Sorry.
Who's a loaded question? I'm sorry.
Is that your area?
It's probation files, but
So it is yours?
I have file room. I mean, I have access. I keep stuff in there.
Yeah, but the majority of it's Eric
Yes.
is the probation
Yes.
department. There's two different departments and we gotta be careful that we don't give away the other person's.
Yeah, and I would
Right.
imagine those files have to be secured, so.
Right, and Commissioner Hammond and the judge have come over before and seen it and made some suggestions in the past, what we could do with those.
Yeah, we need to come revisit that. So that's been a while. Maybe we can come up with some creative ideas there. So.
Who's your liaison?
Mr. Combs.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? I'm good. You
Thank
good?
you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Who's next, Chief? 242. Yes, Heather?
Okay, Heather Hawthorne, County Clerk. First, I'd like to talk about our elections budget on page 17 in binders.
See, there she guys, right to it, right to it. Yeah. Yes, 242.
So I am asking for in the elections department, a raise, above and beyond the whatever we decide to give across the board. For Leanne Martin, who is the chief elections clerk. Basically, she is running the Chambers County elections at this point. We took over the registration in January 2021 without an employee or any money. And in 2021, there were 2,656 new registrations. So far in 2022, she's registered 1,578, which makes us on track for about 3,100 new registrations just in 2022. She deals with every entity, as we know, the Ricelands now, we've got more meds coming along. They were in contact with us the other day about holding their election, so we're constantly adding things to Leanne's plate. So I'm just respectfully asking that we compensate her for her work. She's not just a deputy, she's really running a great department at this point. Also, I'm asking for another employee in the elections world to prepare for 2024 to get them trained. But I have no problem increasing that part-time budget in 23 and bringing on somebody new, let's say in August of 23. And that way there'll be boots on the ground for January of 24. I've said a million times in front of the legislature and everybody else, if we think 2020 was crazy, 2024 is going to be a handful. That's what I have for elections.
So
And
when
we
you-
could also update real quick for, if you come in my office right now, you can see all these boxes everywhere. We have our election equipment boxed and ready. They'll pick it up next week and the conversion will happen and we'll have it back in about 3 weeks, mid-August. So we'll start training on the new paper-based equipment. And of course, the state gave us about $500,000 for that.
So when you do mud elections for Riceland and other ones, we get reimbursed for that cost,
Portions of that cost.
portions of that cost.
Yeah.
And does that go back to the general fund?
Yes.
And in what percentage of the cost do we actually get? In other words, if we gear up your elections department to do this, about what percentage could we expect to get back?
So Billy, it depends on how many other entities are in the pot. So if it, like, for example, November general that's coming up, I know that Riceland is now asked, East Chambers asked, so.
And we got new CCs, and muds
Exactly.
coming
And
up.
so that each one will pay, so it just makes our percentage go down, really is what happens as far as the cost. They chip in they pay their own programming, so we don't pay any of their programming costs. So it pays itself, in other words. I mean, we also have a 10% that we can take out as administrative cost that goes into a totally different account that we can purchase equipment out of. And so that account is building, so to speak, because we don't know what we're in store for with our new equipment. As far as how much excess paper, there's a paper shortage evidently going on. So adding all of these just divvies out the cost for an election. I know.
No, I was just trying to get a feel for
Right.
what kind of percentage we might get back. Cause you're right. I mean, a lot of mud's there and then, we created a couple of muds coming in.
Yeah.
And I guess some of them still do their own election, so.
One or two, yeah. And then we have obviously 4 school districts and water and hospital and just.
All right, good stuff.
Yeah.
Part of the democratic way, right?
Part of the democratic way, absolutely. So if you haven't visited the 3rd floor of the courthouse since Patty's moved out, be sure and go up there and see what we've done with that space for elections. It's not ideal, obviously, because we're having to use an elevator to move equipment up and down, and the elevator is about the size of a cardboard box. So it's not ideal whatsoever, but we're making do. And when the Justice Center is complete, then we'll be able to give that space back to somebody and move our stuff back down. On the count, any other questions? I
For
know,
election,
well,
for election,
for election.
oh, yeah, so. So a salary clerk going from 11 to 28.
No, sir,
No, that was an error.
that's a zero. I was, given that last year.
It should be 28,000 for 2022 and then 20,000 for 23. That was just part of the election, elected salaries, and Heather got a stipend for doing elections, so it was just a budgeting error.
So the 2022 is the error, the 11,000?
Yes, sir.
It was actually 28.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
It's a zero, still, 0% of road.
okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm a bit confused up here on the salary deal.
So I
Going from
agree.
18 to 54.
I think the 18, correct me if I'm wrong, Heather, but that's for like the part-time stuff, for like the people who help run the election. So it's 18,000, then you're just adding a 50
Is that,
new deputy for 53,000. So 18 plus 53.
So it's
it would be-
18 plus 53.
Yeah, the 18's like the people who get paid helping go to the elections. And asking for a new deputy.
What's the deputy?
Yeah, that's still not right.
The 18 what is existing and the new employee is gonna be at 35.
that's what
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say, yeah.
Leanne doesn't get paid out of the
Okay.
election, she gets paid out.
She gets
in court.
Right, Leanne gets paid out of the county clerks. This is for central counting, early voting ballot board, et cetera, is the 18. Plus then the 35,826 for new employees.
35,826.
Yeah.
827.
827, yeah.
All right. I'll give you the dollar.
And that employee would be dedicated solely to election work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right now, Leanne and I are the only two that know how to do the voter registration. Robin can help when she can, but it's really the two of us going through. That almost on a, well, not almost, on a daily basis, getting those voters to the GPS system, processing when they come through the mail.
And
So
if,
they need to learn the VR side, the registration side, then they need to learn what they call the Texas Elections Administration Management System, the team system. And that's for during an election, when the election judges call and they say, hey, we got this voter here and I can't find them on our poll pad, is he registered? And then, so that's that side of it, plus the, what I would call the process side of what a polling place needs all the way through from A to Z. They need to be educated on how to run an election.
now correct me if I'm wrong, this is where you got this from Denise's office with no support, took on this part of the election, which it should have been there in the first place years ago. But you didn't get an employee, but Denise kept that employee. So Heather picked up this job, done it until now, and asking for an employee now, and you've had it for what? I mean,
All of 21 and all of 22.
okay,
Didn't we add an employee last year for that?
We had an employee for the criminal side of the clerk's office
Yeah, okay.
with our county court at law and
so that's, that's where the chair falls in, Commissioner. That,
we just figured, you know, by the time we've done it for 2 years.
Right.
and it's picked up,
Actually, it's right when Tommy came into office
Yes.
this year, and it changed over to
From-
the clerk, county clerk is from the tax office.
yes, that's right. So just a little history on where this transpired from.
So tax office has one too many employees.
The employee did not come with this, Heather done this for 2 years, and now is asking for an employee. So, and she has showed how much they've increased it, so it's been good.
How many new restorations you say you had this year? 3,000?
So right now, this is as of June, so we registered obviously every day. Through June of this year, we've done 1,578, so we're on track to be about 3,100 new voter registrations this year. We did 2,600 last year. And then obviously with all.
Does that number spike right before election time typically?
It typically spikes before the last day to register. You know, we have also found though that it's kind of gotten consistent this year because I don't know what's going on with these new subdivisions. If they're handing them a voter registration card when they give them the keys to their new house or something. But that's, I think, what we see a lot from the same street all in a row. So we think, okay, they must have all gotten a voter registration card or they changed their driver's license.
So how many registered voters do we have countywide?
Right now, we have 32,605.
So if you look at the population, according to the census, 2 out of every 3 of our residents are registered to vote.
Yes, sir.
That don't sound right.
That's right.
I mean,
I think
you
the
know,
census
look
was
at
off.
children, you know, what
We
is,
got our census is off. I mean,
yeah, that's my point.
right.
That's exactly my point. Something's off.
Or
I don't
it's like
think 2
it's
out of
that,
every 3
um,
citizens are registered, but I just have worked out.
So, like I said, maybe we just have good citizens.
Well, we do have good citizens. I agree with that.
Everybody wants to participate.
Just,
Did you have anything else?
I just think we got more good ones than we know.
14 for 14 on my street.
And I'll say this here, you do not get voters registration cards from the tax office anymore.
I'm sorry?
They're not in there in the tax office. They're not in the tax office in Winnie. They send you to the library, just so everybody knows that they're in the library now.
And I even like pointed out to Haley and Brooke that there was a line item in the tax office's budget this year. And was in last year for elections, and I made sure that those were not in there anymore.
Yeah.
Because it causes great confusion.
But I've had people down there asking to come to my office and then they go to the library. So anyway, that's where they're being held now.
Snide comment about that.
Don't,
Okay, do you have anything else on elections?
and on elections,
Okay.
I do want y'all to come upstairs at some point and see what we've done.
What page are you on?
I am on page 15. One of the issues that I face as a supervisor is that I think other departments face this as well, is having some kind of equity amongst your management in their pay and their duties. And so I am requesting that Melinda Ryan, Christy Gobert, and Jill Pitts all have raises, step raises above our across the board, if that is true. All 3 of them I've included their 5-year salaries. None of them have gotten a raise except for the cost of living adjustment. All of them have, obviously, when we talk about caseload with the JPs, well, you can just imagine at the county level, our caseloads have just grown exponentially as well. Christy runs the West Side office for us, but she's also taken on learning probate and the estates code, which is not easy. That's a good cross training that we've kind of got going on right now. Lauren can attest that our probate docket keeps growing. People keep moving in and people keep dying around here. But Christy has learned that as a backup. Obviously, Melinda's going to want to retire one day. So we can fill those shoes pretty easily. And Jill Pitts is totally taken on, so in 2021, when we opened the doors at the county court at law, Jill was not ready, and in 2022, she totally oversees basically that whole court now. And she takes another new employee to court with her and make sure that she's well trained at the county court of law. So I've got, and I've also got a new employee working on learning CGIS, which is another huge thing that needs a backup because we don't have one right now, as far as a human being that knows the system. So in all, I'm just asking that the equity be from Leanne, Melinda, Jill, and Christy, and all of them asking for a two-step, which is from a 15-14 to a 15-16, from a 15-13 to a 15-16, from a 13-7, which all these numbers are silly, to a 15-7, and a 15-16 to a 15, or 15-6 to a 15-7, so that there's equity amongst all those supervisors.
And you also have it kind of your summary, your salary worksheet too.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I think, and I know we discussed this the other day, Lauren and the judge and I, IT as well, is that with everything that's going through court, that needs to be put on the internet, updated every court, that goes through your office, and that's the reason I asked, talked with the judge and y'all. Someone needs to be in here taking notes besides regular notes of everything that we approve and pass. It needs to be updated on the internet. It's not getting done. And it's something we're gonna really have to address because even Road and Bridge, we have people going there to look at stuff and throwing it back on us because it's not updated and getting, and having to go with old rules because we haven't done the step to get it on the internet. And I think that's what someone in your office is that you're having to step up someone there, and then IT as well to get all that updated. And that's gonna be time consuming there. So.
Yeah, Derek and I, in fact, we're gonna be, my elections website won a 5-star award in 2020. And in 2022, we got a grade of an F. So obviously, there's some, Derek and I and Andrew are now going to totally revamp our elections website because we're not putting things on there that need to go on there, where they should go, et cetera.
I didn't see the names you listed off. I didn't see them in here. I mean, when it come up, and maybe I'm missing it.
If you look in your salary tab.
Oh, well, I was talking about pay history, Francis, pay history, Jill, separately.
Commissioner, yeah, it might be easier if you look at your book.
Not clear good.
Huh?
Is it just the 5-year pay history?
Yeah,
And
this
I
is
will
just
say that
pay
each
history.
one of these people, you know, obviously go to court, deal with the public, et cetera, that, and they're cross-trained, they do everything in the office. This is above and beyond what they.
Yeah, well, I've got that.
Yeah, that's probably, I think.
I didn't see, yeah, I didn't. see
Yeah, I think you were wanting to break down the detail on it.
Well, I was looking at ClearGov for it and didn't find it. What page here?
It's on your salary tab.
Page
Okay.
50.
So the attachment in ClearGov for
Says Karen Williams.
deputy salaries is the voter numbers.
What is that? Is that under elections?
No, it's under county clerk
County clerk.
salaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even,
Page
you know, obviously, pretty lengthy stay, and then I noticed that other new clerks come into another offices at a much higher rate. That's bothersome too, as we've all discussed.
Well, you know, we had that conversation last year and that's one of the things I kind of brought up right after I got on court, is trying to find that balance there between all the clerks and all the administrative assistants and all these people that have comparable jobs. I mean, we got to put something together.
We do, because, you know, I mean, my clerk's been signed for me.
I think Aaron is working on that
Secretary can't
before
sign
you
for
move.
boss, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Not supposed to anyhow.
That's right, so,
Yeah, last year, I made stabs at trying to do that.
I know.
Last year, I was gonna work on it for this year, but different job now. But if you go,
Excuses.
I kind of, what I did was, HR's got an Excel spreadsheet of everyone's salary, how long they've been here, and job titles. So I took out everyone's names that would be biased. Put everyone kind of together to try to see clerks kind of fall. I know, and I try to compare different jobs across. So clerks, I know there are differences between clerks, but overall, I think their job is the same, but different, you know, so it's just so hard to like, because you're either gonna bump people up, you want to bring them down.
I thought we was going on a timetable of years, 1 to 5.
See, that's the bad part, because years does not equal abilities and what they were. You know, it doesn't, and I don't disagree with longevity. I mean, you know, I think it needs to be rewarded, but also you need to reward the employees that actually go above and beyond, that actually do their job. And that's the hard part, because naturally you talk to every single department head and their clerks and their people are the absolute best in the county, you know, so I don't know, you're right, it's hard. It's hard to figure, but I agree with you, Commissioner Hammond, that, you know, there needs to be some consistency across.
Well, and I said last week, if you take the county court, all their bunch, and you look at the DA bunch, there's a huge pay disparity there. So, just however that works out, you know.
but I think the pay disparity in the county court, the county attorney.
Yes, county
and the district
attorney.
attorneys,
Yeah.
the district attorneys have state money coming in.
Right.
And that state money is paid above and beyond what we.
Yes, it's 1 time a year.
Yeah, but that's not included on their salary tab, I don't think. So that makes it even more.
So I think it's only. The attorneys, they do get some stipends from the state.
What about the clerks?
The clerks now, they don't get stipends.
Okay. I think that is that you're talking about clerks.
Yeah, if you look at the clerks, yeah, there's a huge, pretty big difference there. So,
And some of them have only been with our county a couple of years.
Yeah.
And then you've got others that have been here.
Yeah, I think a big mistake.
so I don't know how you get that balance.
I know, but we, over and over again, we'll lose an employee that has been here a while and that's been doing very, very good work. Then we'll hire their replacement at the same salary that they went out at. And that is just not right.
No.
Thank you, because it took that. I mean, I'm gonna have several examples of retirements, but it took that employee very long to
get to that point.
And like I said, I've got 2 employees that have been in my office for 20 years. And they don't make what some of the clerks across the county make in different offices that I promise you haven't been here but 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, and I mean, that's our
And that's
fault.
the.
That is this court's fault for letting that happen. I mean, you know, we should not let that happen.
And we all try to. There's some of us elected officials that try very hard to remember that the bigger issues for the taxpayers are not employee salaries, but they are the road and bridge and the sheriff's office, et cetera, and have consistently not asked for anything during budget hearings for the last 16 years.
You know, there still has to be a balance there.
Yeah, no doubt. But I like the 1 to 5 year tier. That's how the sheriff's office.
I think we look at that. I think we need to get a committee together and look at that and look at, I mean, when people come in, you have to look at their qualification, years of service, where they've been to bring them in. And I think maybe some of that's fell on some of these jobs, replacing some of them too.
Some of it may have,
But I mean, because you want to look, you want to reward someone that's had a job doing something for 20 years and come over to your department, so to speak, and you don't want to bring them into the bottom, or you're not going to get.
I'm not talking about inter-county transfers. I'm talking about.
No, I'm talking from outside the county as well, because.
So unfortunately, we had this exact same conversation 1 year ago.
Yep.
Yeah, when we made zero progress on it. So we just, we gotta,
Yeah.
not anybody's fault. It just.
No, it's not at all, and I just know that
Yeah.
squeaky wheel gets the grease, and that's what happened, I believe, last year, and we just don't need to repeat that.
Yeah.
My 2 cents.
Okay. What else do you have, Ms. Northman?
Commissioner, not a lot. I would like, under the cell phone allowance, I bumped that up for Leanne Martin to get the $40 a month. She uses that personal cell phone of hers consistently for elections phone calls. I think there was anything else, wasn't it? My travel training, when I was asked to put in all these sublines, and then I look back at other departments, didn't put in the sublines, you would have been better off for me not to have put in the sublines. I would have not had it at $27,000 because I had no intention of raising that from 19, but then when all these things came up, so if you just want to put that to 22,000, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because I have to make note, you got 19,000 budgeted right now, halfway through the year, you spent 75.
Oh, and Commissioner, I can add to that big time. Legislative, TAC wedge hasn't occurred. Our fall conference for clerks hasn't occurred. It's kind of like our travel training and elections.
So you're not front loaded.
Oh, unfortunately, our Department of Health and Human Services, oh Lord. That's all vital statistics stuff.
All right, so change that 27 to 22.
Change it to 22. That seems a little heavy. I was looking at Patty. To see if we were kind of on the same page on hers. And a lot of hers will be paid for by our association this year, but yeah, I think it's a little heavy in 27. But then I looked at other departments that didn't put line items in with their travel training. It was just obviously a guess. So I'm like, oh, I don't have anything else. Y'all have any other questions?
Now, what's here, co-file?
Copilot is our software system that we use for all of our land records, vital records.
How's your digitizing coming?
Great.
How much longer?
From the ARPA money,
Yeah.
they've just gotten started on that.
Okay.
Because that's a 2022, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. But,
Is that going on the website too? On your clerk stuff? I do like to go through that.
yeah, it's gonna be fantastic when it's all.
So it's going to streamline actually getting a hold of capability of finding files and archives and stuff. And will be accessible online to.
Absolutely.
Good.
Yeah. That was kind of one of my goals when I took office, was to get as much as we could online. We're getting it.
Good deal.
Yeah. Make it easier for everybody.
Anybody else got any questions? Nope.
And I do appreciate the summer help. I took a break from summer help and I've got 2 really good workers this year, this summer. And
Okay.
if y'all are thinking about cutting budget somewhere, don't cut the summer.
No, we just need to make sure they're utilized properly and that they're being supervised and they're doing what they're asked. So go from there. Okay, if that's all you got in this head, we're going to move on. Who's next, Aaron? Is it
Lawrence and
mosquito control? Pages, yeah. 22.
Where they at in the
Are you
big
on?
picture?
Can we get you to start doing fire ant control?
Health and welfare.
They've been eating on me lately.
That's your office.
No, home and it. Cloud Park, when I was there the other day.
Y'all run around there for 3 to 1.
Oh, is that the truth? Looking for, we're gonna do mosquito control first? Or
Yeah. Good ones, but first.
whoever wants to go first? Okay,
Where's the airport at?
You want to see that one?
Where y'all want me at?
I don't see airport. Yeah.
Huh?
I don't see mosquito control anywhere. It's under general.
I got skater control. I can't find the airport.
Under health? Yeah, I should have known that, right? Okay. Health and welfare.
Yes, up and down.
I don't really, I think the page should have been in the past.
Dang, costs a lot of money to kill mosquitoes.
I don't see mosquito control under health and welfare. Keep going. Oh, no, right there. Okay, now. Thank you, sir. Green main line.
Everything great.
Yeah, green main line. You already got a job. Why are you giving us your resume? I'll already watch whenever you're ready.
So, insecticides account, 642-2420. As you guys can see, my current budget is 425,000. We'd like to increase it to 600,000. As you can see, over the past 3 years, it was averaging in between 6 and 5. So we just increased it like 20%. For the due increase of chemical sales. We visit with some of the salesmen and the chemical companies, and that's what they're expecting, roughly. For all insecticides.
You're talking about the insecticide line, or which one line are you talking about?
It's a 642.
Insecticide line.
20 insecticide.
Okay, yeah, I'm not looking at numbers here. So.
Oh, okay.
Insecticide line went from 425. You want to go to 600?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that's correct. And as you got notes here too, where everything comes out of here. It's my pest control products, termites, ants, even some of the equipment comes out as far as rodent boxes and so forth. That we have to purchase, it all comes out of that line, section side line. Okay, so I've got the same question I've had for several other people. Your current budget's $425,000. Through half the year, you spent $18,000. I realize we're just getting into summer months. Yes, sir. But you're asking for $600,000, which is a 41% increase. Okay. I mean, well, why? Well, mosquito normally during the year, at the end of year, every year, I fill all my tanks up, all my bulk tanks. And then we usually start using product for arrow flying. That's the bulk of the load. So around June, we started this year in June. So sometimes we get storms and so forth, and the product is very expensive. So that's why we increase and we buy it towards the end of the year. That's why nothing is spent from, say, January up to about May or so. And then all of a sudden the season starts and then we're spending more funds. And that's, I think, not the majority of the time, but only when we have some type of storms or infestations when my budget usually is used a lot, but if not, then we hardly don't use anything. That's why it's so low. Okay. At the moment.
So right now, as of the 19th, he's at 91,000 spent on the insecticide.
Okay.
Okay, my account number for that one.
You don't have to
It's
give us,
salaries and others.
we don't have a count number.
Okay,
Just
okay.
just give us line, what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just for salaries, yeah, salaries and others.
So if you want to just start at salaries and then go down, because our sheet starts at salaries and then works its way down.
Okay, for the full time.
I think, like what Aaron has there.
Okay. Oh, this is like what they're looking at?
Yeah, that's this.
Okay, oh, salaries, okay, here we go. Yes, we can start with just the full-time employees. As you know, myself and the other 3 guys and plus the secretary, we kind of man under. So we all are jack of all the trades, of course, where we have to be licensed through structural pest control, through TDA for our ants and for roaches and so forth. And we also hold a TCQ water for potable water that we are all certified in. And of course, termites. So I'm asking for all the full-time guys to be increased to those amounts that you guys see. And like I say, we're all jack of all trades. We do multiple jobs, responsible for a lot of things, especially public health, dispensing products into the public. So like I say, they're hardworking guys, as we know, because we do, in my eyes, and of course the public, we do a pretty good job for the manpower that we have. So I'm asking for everyone in my department to have an increase in pay to those numbers that you guys see. And of course, like I say, we man under, so I'm asking you guys to approve me to hire another employee to help me on the pest control side. I'm the only one licensed with structural pest control. And that's the pest control for all county buildings and properties. So, and the shift will be 3 to 11:30 at night. So he's able to do vector control and the structural pest control, because most of it starts after 5 p.m.
Okay, so the open position, that's a new position?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm asking you guys. I think I asked back in Aaron.
So I know that. So I think it's I think you had the position, but you're asking for a bump in that to get more people.
Right. I guess I can explain that too. We had it posted for like 31,000. Then I think we posted again for 35,000. We only had 1 applicant, and that's been over a year, if I'm not mistaken. So it's kind of hard for us to get someone in that's certified to do that work, because you can go to termination, and so forth, and they'll pay you anywhere from 50,000 and up with a cell phone and a truck. So I was leaning towards maybe possibly I can get maybe a retiree possibly that can come in that's really just looking for the benefits and so forth, and still able to perform the pest control. You said that open position's been posted for a year now?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, a year, maybe a year and a half, if I'm not mistaken. And we didn't get any applicants except one guy, and then he wasn't qualified, he's from the Big Town area.
You don't have anybody from within your department that's maybe a sprayer that wanted to move up?
Right, I've asked the sprayer that we have this year, was anyone in it? We have one guy that said he possibly be interested in doing it, but he's saying it's gonna be down the line, like when he retire in a few years or so. But there, a lot of them already have full-time positions at Road and Bridge and of course Trinity Bay and all these other employment.
So you want to bump it from 36,589.92 to the 39,840?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
that's correct.
I'm ready.
Okay, and then we have, and since we're on the salary part of it, we have my part-time employees. As you guys can tell, I did have trouble this year with getting employees. We paid, I think it's $10 an hour. We pay for employees not employed by Chambers County. And I think the full-time employees, like over at Road and Bridge or any other department, I think they're paid $7.25. And then if they get the hours in at their full-time position, they're paid $10.88, if I'm not mistaken. But we ran into some issues this year where we had employees like from the Winnie area and so forth, and they just couldn't afford to spray for us because of the cost of fuel and so forth. So we did lose employees, part-time employees we lost. So I was asking if it's possible for us to increase the pay, maybe we get more employees in here.
How much are we paying now?
The full-time employees over at Road, at the other departments make $10.88 if they get the 40 hours, if they on their full-time jobs.
But how much are you paying?
10.88,
what are you?
Yes, 10.88.
1088?
Yeah, and then people who don't work for the county, they're paid $10 an hour.
Okay, so one that's not working for the county is $10 an hour.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in-house is 1088.
Yes, sir.
If you get your 40.
Yes, you have to get the 40. If they have holidays and so forth, you only will be paid $7.25. If holidays were present.
Okay, so you're wanting to increase that?
Yes, sir, if I could.
I don't, I guess I have to do what you find it to what an hour, how does it break out there?
It's like $12 an hour.
12?
Yes, yeah. I'm trying to move it up to like.
Both of them to 12?
Yes, I would, if that would work out, I have to get with Aaron, I guess, and with HR to see if that's possible, but I was just trying to get.
Well, hourly, yeah, I mean.
But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think we did break it down, Aaron, if I'm not mistaken, I think it would move to $9.45 an hour for the full-time employees. And then if they get their 40 hours, I think it was.
Oh, yeah, 14.
14.25 an hour.
Okay, so you want $12 an hour for
No,
outside non-county
non,
employees?
yes, non-county.
And how much for in-county?
It's,
$9.50.
it'll be 9.
So we're dropping it down?
Well,
It's 1088 now.
I'm sorry, it looks
With
like,
overtime.
well, it looks like the current is for full-time county employees, $7.25. And if they get their overtime, it'll be $10.78. So if they want to increase it to $9.50 with overtime being at $14.25.
Why not pay minimum wage?
Huh?
I don't want to say
$7.25 minimum wage.
You gotta be good.
Okay,
I'm maybe a little slow here.
You and me both.
But, what's the 7.25 and the 10.88? What is that?
Well,
$7.25 is
Minimum wage.
minimum wage,
Hourly wage.
hourly wage if they don't get 40. If they get over 40 hours a week, county employee gets over 40, he gets his 40 hours a week and then goes sprays for Lawrence in the evening time, he gets overtime.
Is that even illegal? Well,
Okay,
he gets overtime, but overtime on
What his hourly rate
on his
is.
hourly rate.
Yes.
Okay, so whatever his hourly rate is, it's
Okay.
1.5 times that, right?
so it's a county employee doing that.
Yeah.
So if he works for somebody else, he comes and works for you in the evening. And I know there's a couple guys that do that, so. Okay,
correct. Yes, sir.
We'll pay them $12 an hour. Is what he's asking to go to. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's all, I guess it was back.
Right now.
When Nikki was the HR, that time.
Yeah, right now, we're at 10.
Why that would not be overtime at their,
It will be, it'll be overtime at the
That's
regular
what that
rate.
1088 is.
Yeah,
Their overtime rate.
yeah. So it'll be 1.5 times whatever their regular salary is.
Whatever the rate is,
If they're an employee.
or whatever the rate is at working for
Right.
mosquito control, it won't be their county rate that they work at their job. It'll be the rate that a mosquito control is paid.
Mosquito control.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you get paid one rate for your current job, and then you county employee, and you work mosquito control doing spraying, and you don't get that over 40 yet hours, you get $7.25. If you're over your 40, then you'll get that.
Okay, so they're working for Rolling Bridge at $12 an hour. Regular time, and then they work their 40, then they come and they work for Lawrence in the afternoon. They're only gonna get $7.50 an hour times 1.5.
If you're-
1088.
So if a county employee, if you got a road and bridge guy, he's $12 an hour. And let's say it's the 2 weeks, he gets his 40 hours. And say on the weekends, he decides he wants to go spray for Lawrence on the weekends or whatever. Those hours that he does on the weekends, he'll get
$18.
$10.78 overtime.
Won't get
So it goes all
15, he won't
fixed.
get his rate that he's making in the county. He'll get his rate that Lawrence is paying.
Yeah.
It's a different rate,
Different rate.
different department, different rate.
All right. So how's that attractive?
It's
yeah,
not.
do you have trouble finding people?
Oh, this
A little bit.
Well, with fuel and everything else.
Had issues, like I lost some guys. Because of the
Bill Walton,
hourly rate.
like, with the elected officials that all ride around and spray.
Well, I've offered just to get in for an hour,
That's
just see
right,
exactly
that's
what it
what you do.
Right.
That's right. That's the reason he's wanting to raise non-county employees $12 an hour.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do too.
It's still not a lot, but
Right,
that's what he's asking.
Well.
Right.
Okay, so you humor me here a little bit. So if the guy that rode the bridge is making $12 an hour, he works his 40 hours and he calls Lawrence up, hey, Lawrence, I want to go spray for you Friday night.
Yes,
How much money is he gonna make working for you?
He's gonna make $9.50, he's gonna make $9.50 an hour at mosquito control. If he doesn't get his complete 40 hours, if he make his 40 hours.
He's already got his 40 hours.
Okay.
That's done off the table. How much money is he gonna make?
25.
$10.78.
Right now, ten.
Right now, it's 1088.
Currently.
But you're asking to
He's gonna
increase
take
the
a
base rate
go
to
on.
$9.50 and the rate, and the overtime would be 1.5 times that. Okay, that's what I'm asking. And I'm good with both of them. And I still wonder how you gonna get people to do it. Well, I've talked to a lot of them at the office and they say, well, we're making $12 an hour, probably we would stay. But then I said, okay, well, that gives me an idea. So I went to call other districts and so forth and see what they're
But
paying.
they're still not
It's
making
kinda-
$12 an hour.
That's right. It's a part-time gig for them for extra money.
It's a point, yeah. Right.
So
How much are you paying your summer help?
All summer help is paid the same. It
$7.25.
depends on if they're a high school student or a college student. And I
But
guess,
we're really not, we're not talking summer help, we're talking part-time, really.
oh, part-time help.
Yeah, I said summer
Oh,
help.
part-time
Right,
help,
that's
I'm
a
paying
difference.
$15 an hour.
See,
You may 18 of buckies.
well, I mean, I'm not gonna, fight about that, we can get it up there, I mean, that would help me out more too.
No,
This is
we
right
do.
on this other thing, you know, where we can get.
I'm gonna start driving.
Me too.
All right.
Guess I'll start driving too. Yeah. All right, so you're asking for $12 an hour for out of the county part-time and $9.50 base for in-county. Yes, sir.
Do they have to have a CDL?
No, sir.
Do they have to have a clean driver's license?
Yeah, they have.
And the county insures them, even though they're not a county employee?
Yeah, as long as, yes. And alcohol, as long as they can pass those tests and so forth, yes.
$20
They work on
write
that.
that down.
Wait, you gotta pass the test to be able to drive for
Well-
$9 an hour?
Well, we have an inside thing that you have to, it's the label. They have to know the
Okay,
label.
the
they put
label.
out products, yes. They
Okay.
have to know the label.
Okay,
Trying to get advertisement here.
There you go, help me out. Yeah,
what else you got, Lawrence?
okay, let's go to the office, I got it here, it's office add-on. I think that y'all should have it there. I asked for it back in 2019, and the reason why was because of a new employee plus storage. we all crammed together. They're pretty small. It's 1,200 square feet is what my office is at this moment in time. But if we would add a new employee, we have nowhere to store anything. We did put cabinets on the wall to help with some of the storage. But now that's getting cluttered also. We just kind of having boxes around in the office and so forth. So I was asking for add on a 20 by 30, which that would give an office area and then enough room to put storage, file cabinets and so forth. It actually was approved back in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. Then COVID stepped in and now all of a sudden, I think we were visiting with maintenance, Mike Leslie, and now he's telling me that it had doubled. Back in 19, I think it was around 59,000 to get this done. But now I think if I'm not mistaken, it has doubled.
110.
Right.
And Mike did give you that number?
Yeah, we've been visiting back and forth. There's a chain of emails back and forth ever since 2019. I think Mr. Bear is included on those emails also.
I reminded them to make sure they went through Mike for those numbers.
Yeah.
Now you got better numbers.
Right.
Yeah, so there's 65 in the capital budget right now from last year that we approved. That didn't get used because of inflation
Yes, sir.
problems. So just kind of looking at your budget, what you had for this year. So I think we talked about, you had some money left over from spray units
Yeah, from the trucks that we.
for this year.
Yeah, we had like a little over 10,000 left over from the two vehicles that we purchased.
Right.
And we got them for 49. I think we had 60. I think you guys approved 60 for me.
Yeah. So I had suggested that you go ahead and buy your back motor sprayers that you wanted.
Right, and I've already put the order in, should have those 2 units here by either Thursday or Friday of this week.
Yeah, I think that was on the last court. Okay.
And well, yeah, and I think I had another project also where it was it was like $5,000. It was for an apron around the office. As you know, we do have a lot of traffic that goes in and out, part-time people, and they tracking everything inside the office, in which that was approved also in 19, if I'm not mistaken. But like I say, COVID and so forth stepped in, so we didn't get anything.
I don't see that. It's not in this budget. It's last year's budget.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree.
All
right. So what's the generator?
Well, mosquito control, I'm not gonna speak on Ryan's behalf, but mosquito control, in order for us to operate, we need to have a generator. We have a storm in here. My main book.
No, I'm not, is it well, it's only $8,000. I mean, you're not gonna get a building generator. They're running more than that.
Well, I know that's all she put in there with 8,000. All I seen was just, she had to get that number from, I don't wanna say.
Okay, generator 25 to 30 grand, that's on the low end, so I don't know where $8,000 came from, unless it's some kind of a.
Portable.
Just a portable generator.
Well, see, that's what I wanna stay away from. I don't want portable. I mean, I want, everybody has a permanent generator put in place, the lights go off and cut on. I mean, when we flying at night and so forth, so we need to have a generator put in at the office, and that runs the shop, the bulk tanks, while the chemical pumps there, plus the chemical shed, and also my office.
I mean, you might need to get Mike.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I
I would
don't think
get-
$8,000 will do that. I mean, I put one at my house and spent way more than that. I would,
Clarification from Mr. Leslie and Lawrence on that.
yeah, I would, who's the liaison?
Mr. Tice.
Right, okay, I'll just include him in that email.
Yeah,
And, Yep. I would, get with that and do that, yeah.
I think there's one more item, if I'm not mistaken.
New truck.
Yeah, one new supervisor truck.
Right, exactly. John Adale's vehicle, I think it's a 2017, but you know, he runs the county surveillance with the aircraft at night doing landing recon, so forth, in case of that. And then also if one of the units were to break down, so part-time driver, he has to, if he's in Mount Bellevue and it breaks down in winter, he has to actually go there, because all the part-time people are not allowed to touch or work on any of the units, anything, because they don't have a license. And it's chemical there, so we don't want to take a risk
Or he's got a lot
with
of
those
miles,
guys.
a lot of miles.
Yes,
on
sir,
that truck.
yes, sir. I can get that information for you guys on the mileage and so forth.
So it looks good from a distance. He keep that truck fine.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it's been some mosquito control. It's been made. It's over there. That's spotless.
Good. Okay.
All right, I got one more question for you.
Yes, sir.
Your oil and gas, you know, I get it, they're going up, you're increasing and asking for a $10,000 increase. But one more time, year to date on oil and gas, you've only spent $915 out of the $25,000 budget.
Right, and I'm thinking, I think I was visiting with Paige about that, and I think she got with Road and Bridge. I think it's kind of behind on the billing part of it. I'm not for sure. But go ahead.
Yeah, so some departments use Road and Bridge's pumps to get fuel, and so Road and Bridge is supposed to submit bills to each department. But I don't think that's actually been caught up, because, yeah, it's not right. Yeah,
Who does that? Loopy does that over there? Who does that?
yeah, one of the admin people in Road and Bridge.
But I knew we'd had the issue on that here a while back previously. So we might need to reach out to them and we need to make sure and keep caught up on that so we can keep these budgets where we know what each one of them utilizing.
Yeah, because that's the dates, I have $1,700, I know that's not right.
I mean, we got similar situations on supplies, other, the $20,000 budget, we spent $1,300, you know, materials, $3,000, we spent $9,600. So I mean, it just seems like something's not.
Right,
being reported here, so.
and gentlemen, y'all, it's been a number of years that I've been over this thing, so I'm pretty much, I watch every penny that's being spent, so there's no wasteful spending. Everything that's purchased at mosquito control is going to be on a need basis. So like I say, you're looking at it and it's kind of looking kind of low in there, but as the season goes on, units breaking down, trucks breaking down, then we'll start spending more funds there.
Yeah. You know, I used to do my accounting on what's called a rolling 12-year budget. And that's where you always track 12 years, a full year, so you can get the high and lows, you know, leveled out. And it worked out really good when you start seeing, you know, increases because it's not seasonable. It's keeping 12 years. You always keep 12 years in there.
So what does it cost to spray the entire county one time with airplane?
Well, if we're using, our aircraft, which we got like 14 zones, so that means we pay for fuel and chemical. So each zone is like, it went up, I think it's like 1,400, 1,200. It's either 12, 14 or 100 per zone. For the let's just use Ronnie Brown as example. If he's flying our plane, flying for mosquitoes and so forth, is all we were paying to him is his salary, of course. But if he was the outside contractor, say for instance, Mr. Dwayne was to fly our aircraft, it's around 1,400 a zone, if I'm not mistaken, and it's 14 zones.
That's what I'm saying. We're contracted through. You okay? I hate seeing you squinch here. I know your back is giving you trouble.
That's my back. Yes.
George, these chairs are hurting us. Look at the man here. It's severe pain.
I am not gonna say you're lying, sir, but you walked in like that.
But, you know,
They showed up like that.
we're contracted through Queen County
Yes, sir.
and we pay an hourly fee for that pilot to fly that aircraft,
Yeah.
our aircraft.
Yeah, we contracted for one of Jeffrey's pilots, our Jeffrey to fly aircraft. We also have a contract with Twin County and BDCI for outside contract. That's a total different charge. Now, Twin County, they're still charging about the zone, but it's like over $5,000
If
per
they
zone.
use their aircraft.
Yes, and if BDCI come in, they charge me per acre.
Yeah.
So it's like 82 cents an acre. So one zone could have 10,000 up to 22,000.
They're from, is that the one out of Arkansas?
Yes, sir. That's the,
Okay.
yes, sir. And I only call those guys, this is a storm infesting, we can't catch up and I got no other alternative. But
And just to make sure the court knows, we do those contracts and they beat the bushes trying to find people to come in and give us a
No, we're
bid.
lucky to have what we
So we're
have.
lucky to have what we have, but they're very expensive.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
And I know, and I look at your budget and I know the court realizes that your season starts now and your breakdown start now and your fuel, everything starts now.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That was kind of give the general public some idea of what we actually have to spend on mosquito control.
Well, and again, Commissioner, and Lawrence has said this before, and I want to make sure y'all hear it, because I think you haven't heard it. When was the last time we had a West Nile? I mean, they do a great job of keeping this place sprayed down, okay? And we're on the coast and we have nothing but mosquitoes. I don't know why that it's showing that figure. I know they have been doing flying, Commissioner, so.
It's a challenge.
That budget will be used up, and it'll be used up to make sure that our constituents are
You've been getting emails?
in good shape.
Okay. No, they
They do a great job of keeping us informed where they're. And by the way, we appreciate that too.
Very well.
Anybody else got any questions for Lawrence? Lawrence, did you have anything else?
No, sir.
I didn't want to make you sit there no longer. I've been watching you sit there and squirm in that chair for the last 15, 20 minutes.
Thank Bishop. That's our good chair.
That's a good chair. Trust me.
I don't think that is a good.
That's a good chair. Come sit in mine.
Your chair is not comfortable.
So, thank you, Lawrence.
Yes, sir.
No, what, this is Tyson's chair. That's right.
Yeah.
Tyson's chair, sit in my chair.
Do you need this? We can come sit.
All
right.
Yeah, too, man.
You want to take 2 minutes?
Please.
We'll take, it is 3:44, let's see, and we'll come back at, how many more we got? 3:50. We'll take a short break. How many more we got there?
While we're live streaming.
Chambers County Commissioner Court come back to order with budget hearings, and we are going to airport. And I just want to make a comment real quick. I want to thank our support staff over here with this new software and everything. They
Very
have
much.
been rock stars helping ease us through this here. So thank you very much. Okay, Ronnie,
Yes, sir.
you're up.
Okay. Well, we'll start at the beginning.
All right.
Salaries, I want more money. It's that easy enough.
That's easy enough.
I guess-
A dollar more be all right?
If y'all been to the grocery store with fuel pump, what's up?
So is that 25% increase?
I just took that off of this pay scale thing. I don't know what all these steps. Don't know.
40% increase.
I'm gonna stay on 40.82.
And I think we had, in Lawrenceville, asked for a pay increase for paid, but I don't know why it's got zero here. But we both split their salary.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just all on Lawrence.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just for miscellaneous tools and
Under shop.
under shop,
Next.
unless y'all still working on salaries.
No, moving on. We're waiting on you.
Okay, under shop, $2,500. It's just for miscellaneous tools, shop equipment, basically. And then the office supplies, I don't know what that is. And everything, I'm assuming it's double, that's why it's probably going up.
Is there a specific thing you're asking for?
I guess it's just, I mean, it's just the normal office supplies.
Well, you got, so Lawrence has 10,000 for office supplies.
Right.
And you got 5,000 for office supplies.
Airport don't use quite as much office supplies, I guess. We gotta use a lot less paper, I know that. Lawrence's part, they use a lot of paper and. Then we have lawn maintenance of 2,500. I think that's just, that might have just been a carryover from last year. Is it up or?
Does Parks mow yours?
Parks does most of the lawn stuff.
So what would you spend the 2,500 on?
We haven't used, I doubt that we used it last year. It's probably just a carryover number. I'm assuming.
It hasn't really been used actually since 2019, so I don't know.
Yeah, because Parks does take care of most of the, I do a little weed eating, but very little.
But when you do, that's in your salary.
Right, yeah. But yeah, that's just I mean. It's just been carried over from year to year, so it can stay or it can go. Unless Parks decides they don't want to do it anymore.
Aviation fuel.
Aviation fuel, now. We went up a bunch on that. How much was it last year?
300.
300. Of course, fuel went up, but now it's come back down. I just filled all my tanks up about 3 weeks ago. And I got a notice from our supplier this morning, our 100 low lead fuel had dropped $1 a gallon.
Oh. How often do you have to fill?
That's good news in the
That's
long
good.
run. Okay?
Good news is over in Winnie, we're just about back down from 7,500 gallons to about 4,000 gallons, mainly because the helicopter guys have been in doing nice tech pollination, and they buy a lot of fuel.
So since the price dropped, we're actually selling it at a loss now, then, right?
No, we're still making about 25 cents a gallon, so we're still making a little bit, but we're still at or below everybody around us, except for Liberty and Baytown. They're still, evidently they didn't have to buy fuel at that time, and they're still $5.85, I think, something like that.
But you price your fuel you're selling based on current replacement costs, not what on what you paid for it, right?
Well, we paid $5.89 for the last load, and so I'm selling it for $6.11. And so we're making that, and we were pretty well empty. If I hadn't bought when I did, we'd have run out, and everybody would have gotten mad at me. So it's one of them, either you do or you don't kind of deals. But I'm gonna hold it at that price until we need to replenish the supply. Now, our jet fuel is not that way. Jet fuel is relatively cheap. I think we're selling it for $5.05, and we paid $4.50 something for it. And we use a lot of it in Winnie, mainly Alan Glenn, using a lot of our jet fuel in that. Because when he fills that jet up, it's 450 gallons.
Yeah.
So he uses a lot of our fuel and helps us keep our tank.
Pay for that.
Oh, this consulting, this $100,000 for the consulting. I'm trying to get a GPS RNAV approach into Winnie, because Winnie's never had any kind of an instrument approach. It's very much needed, and this 100,000 is what FAA told TxDOT it would take just for the survey. And the approach itself is nothing mechanical put out there. It's just they have to fly the pattern, find the obstacles, and make up.
So how many instrument flights do we actually have coming into Winnie?
Actually none. I mean, you can make up your own instrument approach. It's not legal, but you can do that and sneak in there. But there's no published approach in Winnie.
Do we have one in Anahuac?
Had one in Anahuac for a long, long time. I don't know why one wasn't put in Winnie at the same time, but it was not.
Just don't get foggy.
Yeah.
Well, I know I think Ron and them, I need to touch that base with him. They're supposed to be working on a grant or something to put in the beacon out here at the Anahuac Airport for life flight. Has they worked on that with you?
You know, nobody's mentioned it to me.
So we get reimbursed for TxDOT. Can we use some of their money?
A lot of this whole thing is we get a lot back from TxDOT. And on this, and of course, that has nothing to do with consulting, but we are working on getting us a pilot lounge put in.
Yeah, we're working on that
Right. Yeah.
TxDOT money.
Yeah. And actually, it came back. I got the quotes yesterday from Roy, and they were a lot lower than what we had anticipated. So that's good.
Okay, good.
So why do we have a line of aviation fuel under supplies, and then we also got aviation fuel under contractual?
That I have no idea.
So like back in the day, it used to be the one aviation fuel was supposed to be the stuff we sell. The other was going to be the stuff we use.
For the county planning. Okay.
But we actually got money in both accounts, but he's not, it don't look like he's using one of them, right?
It does look like that, yes, sir.
So shouldn't they be consolidated into one line? Just ask him.
I mean, it would not, I mean, we're not doing breaking that expense out.
I keep getting lost.
Uniform services.
Uniform, keep going down. Travel training, I think is your next. Where it comes up. And that's that pass.
Okay, yeah, the $2,000 for the PASS program, that's a safety program, a pilot safety program that TVA puts on every year. I've been to them for the past, I don't know how long. And that they do that at the state convention. And they give you a break on your, most of your aircraft insurance people gives you a break on it. That's why most people go to them.
Is that a typo or is that real? $12,000 for a class for training for airport maintenance?
So I
Oh,
think,
no.
I think this is for, so the aircraft maintenance for $1,000 looks like it's for the flights to reimburse for the drive back. And when you fly the airplane, Ronnie, and then the 12,000 looks like when you go check on the airports throughout the week,
Oh, yeah.
the mileage.
Yeah, my mileage.
So that's travel, not training.
Right. Right, the 15,000.
Yeah, the airport.
Oh, it was 15,000.
Yeah. Yeah, the passes. 2,000,
2,000.
the aircraft doing your yearly maintenances or your.
The aircraft
Your
maintenance,
checks.
and see, this aircraft maintenance down here. I think this is the account that we take, because the airport pays for the maintenance. I'm assuming, is that right, Lauren?
On the skid control airplane,
Yeah,
I think we have, was like 50,000 that we have, for our aircraft maintenance.
if
Yeah.
it's probably up, or is it, okay.
Right, and then we have the mule and all that other stuff comes out of.
Right,
Airport maintenance.
We got $100,000 for airport maintenance.
airport maintenance.
Yeah, $100,000 for the maintenance. But the question I was asking at the time was $12,000 under travel and training for airport maintenance.
That's your mileage.
So that's travel, that's as in mileage around the county.
I get it. It just, that's $1,000 a month. It just sounds kind of.
Well, I use my personal vehicle. And I just turn my mileage in every month. And that's going to both airports, and periodically, I have to go more than once. And sometimes at night.
And you're,
But you have to go once a day.
you're
Seven
also
days a
doing
week.
the fuel
Yeah.
7 days a week.
7 days a week.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right, testing that fuel.
Dispatch called me one night and told me the airport was flooding, so I kind of got up at 9 o'clock and drove to the airport, and it was a dog kennel flooding.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you test the fuel at both airports every day?
No, I do it twice a week. Yeah. But I go do visual maintenance. I check the runway lights. If they're out, I change the runway lights myself. I don't call somebody to come change the runway light. That's be kind of dumb. And just visually check everything at both airports. Of course, my office is at the Anahuac Airport, but I'll go to the Winnie Airport every day.
so do you go out 7 days a week, or is it you just on 5 days a week?
I'm actually on call 7 days a week. Yeah. If somebody calls me on the weekend and needs a fuel pump's not working or something, I go out there. And if I'm out and about anyway, I'll go by and check the airports anyway.
But your routine is 5 days a week on call on weekends.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Next one looks like. GW make.
Okay.
How many airplanes do we have now? We've still got just the one
Just one
airplane.
airplane.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And that $60,000 that we got budgeted,
Yes, sir.
what I'm looking at right now, I don't really see last year's what we spent today. But what are we spending?
Looks like this year we spent, is it 34? Am I looking at that right?
As of June, as of May, I don't know when this thing.
Yeah, whenever it is.
Airport maintenance for
Airport or aircraft.
airport.
No, we're at aircraft is my question.
Yeah, aircraft.
Yeah, 'cause it's budgeted at 16 or 60. I don't think we get reimbursed
Aircraft was
from,
budgeted at 50. And they want to go to 60.
Yeah.
yeah, it's at 40 now, I guess, because it's a 20%. Oh, okay, yeah. 50, yeah, 20% would be 60, yeah.
In 2021 spent $33,000. And a lot of it we will move it because they've got a grant, the rent grants for Anahuac and for Winnie. And so they'll pay for half of certain maintenance on the airports. And so at the end of the year, we'll make adjustments to move expenses out of that airport to the grants.
Okay, and I get it for the airports. My question was about the maintenance, because I don't think we get any grants for maintenance on our aircraft. I mean, we own that aircraft and we're paying for that. If I remember right, we did get a grant to help us buy the aircraft. We got some money, maybe it wasn't a grant, it was some insurance money.
It was
We got
hard.
some insurance money.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's what it is.
And we had
Yeah.
Where's the insurance? Does that just come under the group insurance? I mean, the big umbrella policy?
You know, I'm not really sure where
I
they
think
get
it would be separate.
I think I don't know, purchasing handles those insurance payments, so I'm not sure. I
bet,
It
I mean,
should
I'm
be in the-
thinking TAP probably just.
yeah, it should be coming out of the airport, but
Right.
it might be hitting.
And it may be we don't use it all. I mean, I think last year at the end of the year, we had some $200,000 left over.
Yeah. And we get a lot of help from TxDOT on this too.
Yes, sir.
Did you say already what GW monitoring is?
That's our groundwater monitoring. They went up on us. I think we actually, well, I know we rebid this year. It was 14,000. I think they went up some, so we put some more money in there. What was it, 14,000 last year?
Yeah, you went to 18. We have underground tanks.
No, sir. This is, I have to go out when it rains and there's a measurable amount, put it in a mason jar and look at it and see if it's cloudy or not, basically. And then they handle all of our permit stuff.
You talking about was inside the docked area? Or were you talking about you collect that water?
There's several different locations. There's two on the airport. There's one at Road and Bridge. And then there's two of them over in Winnie.
Outfalls?
Outfalls.
Okay. So what's the airport project?
Traverse County Airport project. From 30 to 50.
I guess that's just,
Is that the money for the matching for the TxDOT grant?
everything that is a project or like airport maintenance. A lot of that is a 50-50 split with TxDOT.
I'm just wondering what it is. What is
It's like our hangar, refurbishing hangars in which they're in need of right now. I need to do some work on hangars and that'll come out, that'll come out of that. Now I say TxDOT gave us a $52,000 grant, I think it was, for COVID, at which we could use for whatever we want to. We could pay salaries or fuel or whatever. I don't know, have we used any of that yet? Aaron, do you know? I don't know if we have or not. I'd have to get a page. We talked about using it for fuel purchases, but I don't think we ever did.
Do we have a line item in here showing how much revenue we threw in off of the painters? Something like that.
Off the.
It would be in your,
No.
Right.
Hang on.
And we also have I think it is $100,000.
right.
That's the best. That's the best deal for those guys. 3,100?
No, oh, hangar leases is, I'm sorry, 9,000. 750.
9,000. Yeah, out of $1 million budget. Yeah. Not a lot. All right, Ronnie, if we, can you prioritize your wants and needs here?
Yeah, I want the salary increase. Do I need it? I don't know. That's up to y'all. The fuel, we never know about the fuel. It may be less after midterms, it might even be less.
No, I think what he means is unlike capital projects or pay
Well-
raises or stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
things
main-
that, I mean, fuel, we got about fuel.
Right,
Stuff like that we have to have.
right.
This is above and beyond capital
Above and beyond.
projects.
Well,
wants.
I've got some projects on the books with TxDOT, for lengthening our runways. And I'm putting a full length taxiway in Anahuac, so everybody don't have to taxi through the mud hole. Of course, this year it hadn't been a problem, but last year it was a nightmare.
Yes.
Is that part of the 50,000 under a project?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Do we-
But I'm waiting on TxDOT to approve. It may not happen next year, it may not happen in 2024, you know, they talk like, just like with the GPS approach I'm wanting in Winnie. They've given me a circling in approach right now, only at daytime only. But they said it won't go into effect until like middle of summer next year. They won't publish it until then, and the GPS approach won't happen for maybe 3 years. So that 100,000 there may not happen next year. We may not need it next year. If they say, okay, we'll do it, but we need to go do this survey, well, then we'll have to pay the $100,000 survey.
So the consultant, that $100,000 consultant fee,
Yes, sir.
will they actually fly it, do the mapping
Yes,
to
sir.
set the IFR for that?
They're supposed to, yeah, that's my understanding. Or as, and there's some other, with this airport, maintenance and airport projects. I would like to see us do some kind of, something to do with hangars. I get calls every day.
You talking about the master plan?
Right. Begging for hangar space or even tie down space. They don't care anymore. We've never charged people to tie an airplane down, but if they start coming, we're gonna have to charge.
Well, that's what I'm looking at, and I asked Aaron how much revenue we drew in, how many hangars we have out here.
We actually have
We rent.
1, 2, 3 counting the county hangar, and then 2. No, we don't. I'm sorry, we don't have any in Winnie. Those are all private hangars. Allen Glenn's and Cowboys, they own their own hangar. The rest of all those hangars are on private property, and we have a through the fence agreement with all of those guys. But I'd like to see if I could do something, even a lean-to off of an existing building would it will create revenue. But right now, we're at $150 a month per plane.
Is that like the going rate around?
It's probably cheaper than the going rate. I think Baytown went up to $800 a month on theirs and everybody's leaving.
So the users at the 2 airports, are they mostly recreational? Or you got some crop dusters in there?
I've got crop dusters over there. You've got Allen Glenn. He has a business jet over there. And then there's Cowboy that uses it for his personal stuff. Yeah, I think if we had, getting a pilot lounge in Winnie is gonna be a big fuel seller. That'll bring more people. Because right now all we have is a porta potty. Which nobody likes to use. And it's blown over multiple times. I have to pick it up. That's why I want that pay increase. It's a dirty job. Somebody got to do it.
Maybe you get a stipend for that.
would you hire some consultant to lay it out or?
I would personally, that's just added expense. We've got a big hangar there at the airport that you could put a lean-to off of, or I don't know what it would cost, but if it was me paying for it, it'd be about $10,000.
I believe we could use some of that tech dot money for all this there too. I mean, that's all 50-50 match. So I mean, we could utilize some of that each year if we didn't need it somewhere else.
Right.
So like the
And we've got a lot of room over in Winnie to put something. T hangars would be great. They're expensive. But that's a T hangar, you know, everybody has their own personal hangar. It's not like a big public hangar where there's 5 airplanes in and you're back here in the corner and you got to push everybody's airplanes out, and then you bend somebody's airplane and Katie bought it over. Something like that would be fantastic in Winnie, because Winnie is got a lot of potential. Its location, and you know how, I don't have to tell y'all how everything's growing. The only reason it's not here is because of the river.
Do we actually move and hang some of the airplanes, or is that all up to the?
That's all up to
The owners? They have, so we don't furnish any equipment where you have to pull them out on. They have to have their own.
That's correct.
Good.
But most guys on these airports, the airports are so small, they just have little 172s.
Yes, those stuff, yeah.
Alan's got his own tractor to move his jet around, and Cowboy does also.
All right.
But yeah, we don't.
Good, because when you're talking about bending somebody's airplane, you scared me there.
Yeah. No, I don't touch anybody's airplane.
Court, have anything else for Ronnie?
No, if we get any progress on finding somebody to hay those areas around the airport?
No, the big kicker with that is I know the county has to have an insurance policy, a liability policy for somebody to come in and do it, but nobody wants to pay to come in and bale the hay. They'll come in and do it for free.
Right.
But nobody wants to pay to come in and bale hay.
No, and I talked to several guys from Winnie, and they don't want to drive all the way over to Anahuac to Bell Hay because of what it costs to us. So
Right.
We might have to
And
just keep
actually,
loading.
I was looking at some over at Winnie, well, we have about, I don't know how many, about 10 acres or 8 acres outside the fence on the south side and also on the north side. And it's like little bitty. I mean, it ain't worth baling.
Nothing there.
Yeah.
Since it rained, I got hay in my backyard.
Yeah. We put a lot of load on the parts guys.
Yes. Well, Kurt did tell me he bought a new mower this year specifically for that. I think he bought a 20-foot batwing mower.
We bought a 15 foot.
If he could just kick that guy into gear a little bit, he's slow. He creeps along, that little grass ain't that tall, and I can walk faster than he moves.
That's something that we need to.
It's
Safety.
it's job security.
Being
It's
safe.
job
You're
security.
being safe,
He's
okay?
being safe, and he can go wear nothing now.
That's right. Being
We
safe.
can talk to him. You have anything else, Ronnie? Nope.
No.
Okay. Court have anything else? We do not, Aaron? Okay, when's our next Tuesday? Okay, if there's nothing else that we need to discuss, 4:22 PM, we will adjourn. Thank you.